Wonder if these ECB's still paying him the same mileage rate. Balderson bowls. Ingram allows that one to go through outside off stump. 34 for 2 it remains. So we're looking across at the back of the temporary-ish rugby stand, which seems to have lost some of its awnings in a couple of places.
It's just not part of the design then.
No, those are cheap seats. They get rained on. No, not part of the design. Balderson bowls. Ingram allows that one to go through very low outside off stump, around ankle high by the time it gets to Lavelle. 34 for 2 after 7 overs. Glamorgan with Ingram 19 and Carlson on 6. That after the early dismissal by Bailey of Bevan without scoring, and North East for 2. Speaking of Bevan, if you've got to go at 12, I'll hand over the Welsh end to Mr. Edward Bevan, and Edward and Scott will keep you company till about 5 to 12.
The Welsh end is being transferred from Nick to Ed, and a couple of delayed starts to this round of fixtures as Bailey comes in and bowls. Another good ball that beats Carlson with bounce and carry and a bit of pace through to Lavelle. There's no run. So Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire, that's delayed, due to inspect at 11:30, and Derbyshire, Kent also delayed with a 1:30 inspection. The other games in the Royal London One Day Cup scheduled today are all underway, are all playing, as indeed is the Test match. England against South Africa. England are 12 for 1. Here's Bailey bowling. Forward press by Carlson. The ball through to the keeper, and there's no run. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, Scott, and welcome to Wales. I always meet our fellow commentators. I'll give you a little geography lesson at the end of the over to tell you exactly where you are.
Okay, lovely.
And delighted to see such a good crowd here, because they don't see Glamorgan. It's 40 odd miles, and it's not worth the journey.
Bailey comes over the wicket and bowls. Another appeal for LBW. Starter from behind, and then the bowler joined in, and then it quickly kind of fizzled out, in truth. 34 for 2.
And this ground, Scott, was always well attended for matches in the past. I remember coming here as a child with my dad, and it would be packed. It always looks packed because it's such a small ground, but I must commend them, and I'm sure you do, on the way that they've worked hard and got this in order.
Bailey again forward, because Carlson in defence. The ball ricochets out towards the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, when I looked at the pitch, it's very green, and some wag said, which is the pitch we're playing on? Is it the outfield? But it's a very quick wicket, and I also think it's a pretty good wicket, because the ball is coming through and also gives an opportunity to batsmen to get in. If we saw those 4-4s in the over, anything offline coming onto the bat will disappear. But Bailey's bowling extremely well.
He has Carlson hopping back into the crease and defending towards mid-on for no run. 34 for 2.
Glamorgan need a partnership somewhere in their innings, because they have changed it. I know David Lloyd, a very experienced player, and as for the seamers they've lost, well, the likes of Michael Hogan.
Bailey balls again, left by Carlson. Dramatic stride down the pitch and lifts the bat up above the shoulder and through to George Lavelle. It's the end of the 8th over. Carlson 6, Ingram 19, and Glamorgan 34 for 2 after 8.
I'm sure many Welsh supporters would like to have seen Michael Hogan and Michael Neath, who bowled brilliantly this season, and Tim van der Kooten perform on this, and then they would have some chance. And on paper, and of course we know the game isn't played on paper, they look a formidable unit to Lancashire, and I think these 3 seamers, okay, one had a loose over, but they've applied themselves extremely well. And here's Balderson coming in, bowls the first ball of the over, and is pushed away on the offside by Colin Ingram, who's in double figures. He's on 19 and 5. As you might hear a thunderous noise. No, it's not thunder and lightning, it's Nick Webb moving the effects mic. just in front of us. I tell you what, we're in prime position for the ball landing here. It's not a huge boundary this side of the square, and the right-hander gets the short one. It's watch out, as in comes Balderson bowls. Again, it's a good length ball pushed down the pitch and is fielded by the bowler. There's, as I said, it's some 40-45 miles from the headquarters, and if you have 20-20 games, they tend to be at headquarters all the time. If somebody goes up to watch this from excuse me, this area, I'm not going to get back somewhere until 11:30. Kids have got school. As in, round the wicket comes that, and that's hit high in the air. It is safe. It's going to clear long off, and it just plugs, and there'll be a couple around. Absolutely wedge shot or a 9-iron, just hit it high, landed and plugged more or less, and they managed to get through for 3 runs. Again, 3 runs on this ground is virtually a no-no, and he gets away with it, and Ingram moves on to 36 for 2 as the next ball is defended by Ingram. It's pushed back down the pitch. Well, in fact, 2 runs they got. I think everybody's watching the ball. Interesting to see that he's coming round the wicket to the left-hander, Balderston. Not very tall, or doesn't appear to be so tall from here, but he's got a quick action. Ball coming very quickly on to the bat. 36 for 2. Glamorgan, after being predictably put into bat, as in comes the next ball. And it's watched carefully by the left-handed Ingram as he dabs it away into the gully region. He's fielding that very experienced player, Stephen Croft. Still cloudy, humid, sort of humid conditions, and of course that'll help the seamers as well as the pitch, which is very, very quick. Balderson in and bowls again, and that's played off the back foot up towards mid-on, and that is no run. That is also the end of the over. 36 for 2. No, you're about 10 miles from Swansea here, down to the west, and they're under that Drummer Mountain, which you can see one side. There's the road which goes up to Merthyr Tydfil on to Abergavenny, going up towards the Midlands. The other road, which you probably came on for a little this morning, the M4, of course, is away to our left, and that is going up to England all the way, basically. And this is, I've played here many times in club cricket. It's a lovely little ground, and I'm sure that you would appreciate it, Scott.
Yeah, and I echo the remarks you were saying before about the location of it. And just off the back foot, forced away, good-looking shot. He's got 4. It's just in front of square. There's not too much of a gap between point and cover, and he's managed to work it nicely away off the back foot for 4 runs. Good-looking shot.
It was always a good place, I found, to play cricket, because, you know, you get the good amenities and very friendly people who have a drink in the bar afterwards. And I thoroughly enjoyed it because the pitch was always good here. And this one looks a good pitch, even though you may think that it is the seam's paradise.
Bailey in bowls, and Carlson off the back foot again, just defending into the onside for no run.
I remember going to the Oval one year, Scott, and I went out for the toss, and it was exactly like this. I said, oh no. Glamorgan win the toss and bat and get 600. And you think at times, you know, well, no, this is 100 all out. I'm afraid I thought that, of course, when the Glamorgan innings started, but just to reiterate what I said earlier on, that if the ball is coming on to you, you can free your hands. We've seen a few boundaries this morning, 5 or 6. And the bowler himself knows that he's got to bowl accurately on pitches like this, and he will be rewarded. Still the 2 slips there.
Yeah, some extra sawdust for the footmarks there as Bailey's back in and bowling. And that's defended into the offside. Will Williams at extra cover fields, no run. I think it's important, isn't it, that games are taken away from kind of headquarters, and you mentioned that this
absolutely
40 miles away from Cardiff. It's a long day. It's a big round trip, and
yeah. And Swansea, of course, that's a very, very sad story. I'll tell you about that in just a moment.
Bailey comes in and bowls again over the wicket to Carlson, who defends into the offside, no run.
as you well know, the famous ground in West Wales, St Helens, where Gary Sobers, of course, hit those 6 sixes. Glamorgan beat the Australians twice back in the 1960s. And when the sun shines down there, it's absolutely glorious. You can commentate from the top where you see the Bristol Channel shimmering. And that has been let to go, I'm afraid, to rack and ruin. And won't get political here, but I'd better not.
Bailey bowls again to Carlson, who just shuffles back and angles it down towards deep backward point. Jogs through for a single. Moves on to 11.
And also the ECB came down to Swansea during the winter and there's no way you can carry on here unless you improve the facilities, which you had to echo because the facilities were very basic. But we do hope that the cricket will come back and also stay at Neath. And as you so rightly say, you're removing and giving the people, like they do to North Wales, the chance at Colwyn Bay to see some cricket up there, as well as Cardiff.
Ingram on strike. Bailey comes over the wicket and bowls and just guides the ball out backward of point for no run. That's the end of the 10th over, so the first block of power play overs have been and gone. 10 overs into the contest. Good responses by Glamorgan. A couple of early wickets for Lancashire, with Glamorgan at 5 for 2. And that little counter-attack by Ingram and Carlson has pushed the home side to 41 for 2 after 10.
Will be Balderstone to continue, and he will be bowling from the swimming pool end, where Jimmy Cook once kept on peppering that white wall there. Some said playing in a 40-over match some years ago, and I think they got about 340 or something like that. And then that showed it was a good pitch. We're talking about these grounds, these outgrounds. Lanky still play at Southport, Blackpool?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they've had a 4-day match at Southport this season. I'll come back to it.
Balderson starts a new over, bowls to Carlson. Carlson plays a glorious shot and gets 4 runs. Hits it on the up through extra cover, and a beautiful shot. I think that reiterates what I was saying. If this ball comes up to you, you can play your shots, and that was probably the shot of the day.
Yeah, it was a handsome looking shot, wasn't it?
It's one of the only grounds, along with Uxbridge, that I've never been to. Southport and Uxbridge. Have you been to Uxbridge?
No, I haven't, no. Yeah, Southport had a good week there. First time they've been back for 4 years, actually.
Was it?
Been playing a lot of 4-day cricket at Liverpool as well over the last few years.
Balderstone is in, over the wicket to Carlson, and he's angled away, opened the face down towards shortish third man, and it is recovered. It's just the single. 45, or was it 46? No, 45. 46 it is. 46 for 2, and Carlson has moved on to 16. And useful partnership so far. 41 for this third wicket. Out comes extra cover to the boundary, and then looking, yes, there's a third man and a fine leg. In comes Balderson, bowls, and this is pushed forward away on the onside. They go for a single and get there easily, as wicketkeeper Lovell has to scamper. And the tall figure in front of us, Hurt. Is it Hurt? I think it is.
Yeah, Liam Hurt, that. Yep.
He looks like a professional boxer.
He's a strong man.
Tangled with him at 12:30 at night. In comes the next ball, and it's just a little short, pushed away onto the offside, and there's no run. Big shoulders, isn't he?
He is, yeah. He's bowled well the last couple of games for Lancashire, taking his chance in the One Day Cup this year. He's not played too much cricket actually over the course of the last 2 or 3 years for Lancashire, but he bowls well, bowls with good pace, runs in hard.
And lots of these players are honed by Lancashire's. In comes the next ball, short, angled away, but this time he won't get a single, as the ball is fielded by Croft. Did you see the Freddie Flintoff programme? Terrific programme on BBC. And that left arm seamer, he was on breakfast time last week. Young lad who scampered out of Afghanistan, crossed mountains. It's a terrific story. And he does bowl at the speed of light. Wonder will we see him in future years. As in comes Balderson, bowls and appeal for LBW, the ball ducking back into him. might have been outside the line offs now. Anyway, that's the end of the over. Glamorgan having been put on to bat at 47 for 2, 32 to the left-handed Colin Ingram, the Glamorgan captain for these games. He's not out 16. Ingram and Carlson. Bailey is going to continue, and the simple reason for that is because he's bowled a splendid opening spell, Scott Reed.
Yeah, 5 overs, 2 for 11 for Bailey, so he's set the whole thing up superbly. That'd be a bowling change at the other end, perhaps, with Hurt just starting to warm up a few moments ago. Bailey in and bowls. That's defended away into the offside for no run. So yeah, Lancashire have taken 2 T20 matches to Blackpool this season, which is quite good. As you say, they don't often take T20 games away from the main headquarters, and there's a 50 over match at Blackpool, there's a 50 over match at Sedbergh School as well, so they've kind of right across the different parts of the northwest, which is great. Yeah, I was at Sedbergh actually, and I was speaking to quite a few Lancashire supporters at Sedbergh who kind of live in Morecambe and Lancaster, and again that's a long way from Old Trafford. It's left and through to the keeper, there's no run.
Always the talking point, as you well know, Scott, is when Glamorgan have played in Colwyn Bay against Lancashire. It's 4 hours for us to travel up there, and it's an hour for you from Manchester.
Yes, I do quite like my trip to Colwyn Bay. I've missed it.
Oh yeah, we've missed the 2 years. 3 years now. 2 years of COVID, and of course for some reason this year didn't have quite the time to organise things, which was a great shame.
Let's hope it's back next year, because it is a good fixture, isn't it? Bailey over the wicket bowls, and Ingram goes back and plays a nice shot, just eased off the hip to backward square leg. Jogs through for a pretty gentle single, moves to 23 not out, 48 for 2, halfway through the 12th over. Brings Carlson on strike, unbeaten on 16. Still overcast conditions, it's cloudy, but forecast tells us it's hopefully going to remain dry. And no rain. A nice walk along the front this morning, Ed.
Yeah. Lovely long beach, that is Haberavon Beach.
Went on forever, it does. Plenty of dog walkers out on the beach this morning. Forward in defence because Carlson, that's scooped up by Will Williams at extra cover, and there's no run.
That's been the beauty of Swansea. If we played there, you'd have a beautiful stretch of walking, which opposing players used to love to come down, and you speak to David Lloyd Bumble, he said he used to enjoy very much coming down to Swansea. Probably stay at a place called Mumbles on the coast down the road about 5 miles. And it really is a crying shame that it's not longer used by Glamorgan.
Bailey over the wicket again, and deflects down towards kind of short fine leg. They get through. Is there any bat? No, just a little bit of the thigh pad of Carlson, who actually rubs his left thigh, and leg bye has been signalled, so he remains on 16. Glamorgan moved to 49 for 2. 1 ball left of the 12th over. Brings Ingram back on strike.
Taking the slip out.
Yeah, Lamb was at second slip but goes to extra cover, so there's backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on. There's a deep square leg. This is driven to mid off by Ingram, but for no run, so he's on to 23, or remains on 23. Carlson on 16, and that does complete 12 overs of the Glamorgan innings at 49 for 2. So a good recovery, good partnership between Kieran Carlson and Colin Ingram, from 5 for 2 to 49 for 2 after 12.
Yes, and the innings did need rebooting, and we talked about rebooting, and yes, they've done pretty well, and they've scored at a fair lick, really. Remember many games being played here. One of the great Javed Mihandad and Yunus Ahmed, 2 Pakistan Test players playing for Glamorgan, put on over 300. And the young Australian side that played here included Michael Kasparovich, who went on to play for Glamorgan. And I'm just trying to remember who the other was. Michael Kasparovich was one. Oh, and Matthew Elliott, the left-handed opener. Here is Hurt then, coming in and bowls, and that's a pretty rapid delivery as he crouches down. Never seen him bowl before, but he looks rather menacing from 22 yards, I would have thought. It's 49 for 2.
Yeah, you can get a good pace going, Liam Hurt. A big strong lad, runs in, bowls hard.
Hits the deck.
He does.
Yeah, you must have a run of about 25 yards as he goes back towards the swimming pool end here. Comes racing in, bowls, and that's driven up towards cover, where it's fielded by Rob Jones. That's a Welsh name. No connection, I don't think.
No, Nick was saying with a Jones and a Croft and a Williams in the Lancashire team.
Yeah.
Should be on the other side.
Carlson on 16, 23 to left-handed Ingram. As Hurt comes in over the wicket and bowls to Carlson short. Carlson cuts it away down towards third man. They'll settle for a single as the ball comes in. And applause you probably hear for the 50 part. Well, not far off the 50 partnership. 5 runs short, but it's for the 50 coming up. 50 for 2. All the seats taken. There's a few far side of the field, square of the wicket. And Marquee is pretty far away to our right. The ice cream man has now come in from the road, Oakwood Road, and is in the ground. I went for one of the best ice creams on the circuit in Northampton about 4 o'clock last Friday, to which she said, sorry, we are sold out. So I had to make do with the, what do you call them, chocolate ice cream.
Okay, yeah. But you wanted the full kind of Mr. Whippy thing.
Oh yes, and the red sauce.
Oh yeah. But with a flake as well.
Oh yes, the full worked. Hurt is to bowl his first ball to Colin Ingram, and field now pretty scattered. There are no slips or gullies in there, which is a credit to the batsmen who have they're having some musical chairs. One fielder going, and he's decided yes we will have a slip. So Wells runs from cover to first slip as Hurt comes in over the wicket and bowls to Ingram. Ingram drives beautifully, a lovely looking shot, but he only get a single for it as it's fielded by Balderson just in front of us, no more than about 10 yards away, and that is a glorious looking shot. But extra cover is just waiting for that sort of shot, and it's just the single. So Colin Ingram playing his penultimate game for Glamorgan this season after the next game, which will be played here against Hampshire on Thursday. Ingram will be joining the Caribbean outfit for their 2020 chart. That's a nice looking shot, but very well fielded there at point by Jones. I think it is. No, it's Croft.
Yeah.
Croft again. Calling the senior member, but his bowling, batting and fielding as well as ever. He's such a good all-round cricketer. Yes, Ingram off to join the Caribbean competition. They're just springing up everywhere you think of.
Yep.
Carlson waits, in comes Hurt and bowls to him, and he drives nicely through the onside, and again it'll just be a single. As Jennings fields, the opening batsman, ended the over. 52 for 2, Scott Reed.
Yeah, they are. They're popping up all over the place, aren't they? There's some it's interesting times.
Too interesting to Sam.
Yeah, changing times. Yeah.
Yes, Nick was on the 6:20 from Paddington this morning.
No, Coldplay. It's good I sat down when he said to me he went to go and watch Coldplay.
They're abandoned.
Yes,
I've heard of them.
I think he's trying to be trendy. I think he's failing miserably.
Daughters dragged him along, you see. And,
he said it was his idea.
Was it?
Oh, that's what he claims, yeah. I think he's trying to be trendy, isn't he? He's failing miserably, in
You
truth.
heard about his movements last weekend?
No.
Friday play at Northampton, then having come up the day before, he goes home then on Friday night traffic.
Yeah.
Keeps wicket for about 100 overs the
Right.
next day, then drives up to Chelmsford, then comes back, and yesterday he was on the train back up to London.
Yeah, it's crackers.
Well, that's what I call it, but I don't like to say that.
Will Williams replaces Tom Bailey. That opening spell from Bailey comes to an end. And Williams returns in and bowls, and that's turned out towards the leg side.
Well, then I must have my instructions because there are hourly reports to be done. So, are you gentlemen doing it via whatever machine you've got? Am I to carry on? Am I to disappear? Tell me.
You're on your own at 1 o'clock.
Oh, thank you. At 1 o'clock I'm on my own, am I? Okay. Scott's got one, I think, at midday. He can give you a rest.
I do, yeah. Carlson's on an 18. Oh, that's a little flick on the pad, but half an appeal from Williams. Looking to shape to play it to leg. Kieran Carlson. Jack Chantry at umpiring at that far end, which is nice to see.
Worcester. I was talking to him before the game. Here he is. I said, Jack Chantry bowled off the wrong foot. No, it was the right foot for me. And Paul Baldwin, the senior umpire, who lives in a little place called Lampeter down in West Wales. So as Nick was saying earlier on, he has a trek.
Williams balls edged, burst through the hands of Luke Wells, dropped at first slip.
I suppose it's a bit unfair to say dropped.
I mean, it technically dropped, but it absolutely flew off the bat, didn't it?
And he's a tall man. Luke Wells must be about 6'3". I think it might have hurt his hands too.
Went up high to his right, and I think just kind of bursting through the fingers might be the best way to try and describe it. Technically a chance put down, but it was a sharp chance. It went hard. Carlson moves to 19, 53 for 2. Williams in, and that's defended by Ingram, and there's no run, but it feels like about the only chance that these two have offered up since they came together, I think.
Yeah, correct. And, but if you and I were playing today, not in a special match like this, I might have just waved that slip chance over my head quietly and pretend to go for it.
Yeah. Be a few broken fingers if I tried to take that catch. Blimey. It's a good slip fielder, Luke Wells, but that would have been a great catch.
It'd been a terrific catch, wouldn't it?
Left by Ingram through to Lavelle, and there's no run. One ball left of the 14th over. Name and numberless is Will Williams, but I have seen him wear the number 30 in the county championship, so I think that is his squad number, but he doesn't have a name or a number on the back of his shirt for this one. Into Ingram, who goes right back into his crease, just tries to maybe run it off the face of the bat down to third man, but it goes past his bat and through to Lavelle, and that completes the 14th over. 53 for 2 after 14, with 1 run off that over. And I think I'm off.
I'm off. He's been booted off the commentary stint as he is going to do his reports for various Lancashire. Nick has come back alongside me, thanks to Scott Reed, BBC Lancashire, and keeps the good folk of Manchester, etc., in touch of what's going on throughout the country in the summer. Good to see him again. He's hurt, then 2 starts, another over. Nick Webb.
Thank you very much indeed. And he comes, bowls, and it's driven on the leg side by Carlson, and there is no run. Apologies if there is a little extraneous background noise. It is the noise of the generator, which we can't do much about because it is where it is. And we're doing our best in these temporary facilities which have been provided. At least we have a roof over our heads as the next ball is clipped away by Carlson nicely on the leg side, but it'll be fielded in front of the hospitality tent away to our right.
Thickly populated too, Nick. Good to see.
It is. Being a few bob spent in there, and odd pint or two sunk. I think I spotted Jack Blatherwick, the replacement fielder, on at fine leg at the moment.
He spotted him in the bar.
Not yet. Next delivery defended on the leg side. Ingram thought about a quick single, but the bowler was wise to it, and ran away to his left to field in his follow-through. 54 for 2. Is this an even shorter trip for you than St Helens would have been, Edward?
St Helens used to be 20 minutes, and I timed myself this morning. This was 16 minutes.
Well, there we are.
Door to door, which I'm quite happy with.
Edward will be here on Friday when Glamorgan host Hampshire. We'll be joined by Robbie James of BBC Solent on that occasion. As Hurts in, bowls, turned on the leg side by Ingram. They'll jog through for a
Kevin
single.
James.
Robbie James on this occasion.
Not the Kev.
No, Kevin has snubbed us. I'm not sure whether he's on holiday or he has other commitments, but he's let us know that it will be his
Perhaps
deputy on that occasion.
His daughter, in fact, Kev's daughter, went to Cardiff University.
All right. In comes Hurt and bowls to Carlson, who square drives on the offside. That'll be fielded on the cover boundary. In front, well, sort of behind the rugby stand. The temporary rugby stand has its back to us over on the far side of this knoll ground. It's one of those facilities that Dave Fletcher at BBC Derby coined the fine phrase "a permanent temporary stand." Or was it a temporary permanent stand? One of the two, as the first coffee of the morning goes flying. Thankfully not over any equipment. That's a square driven by Ingram on the offside, and they'll take a single. So Glamorgan ticking along. They're 57 for 2 after 15 overs here on BBC Sport Online.
Was it your fault, Mr. Webb?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's all right. The Glamorgan yearbook has its uses, as well as being a fine publication. It's now also mopping up some spilt coffee.
One of our technicians, Jack, very kindly doing Mr. Webb's work for him, mopping it up.
Thank you, Jack. Good man. 57 for 2 after 15 here, Glamorgan having been 5 for 2 at one point.
57 for 2, 50 partnership reached as Williams will come in to bowl, and off the back foot goes Colin Ingram and plays it gently out to mid-on, where the fielder there is. The man bowled some very useful deliveries earlier on. Tom Bailey.
Have you mentioned the test yet, by the way?
Have I mentioned the test?
On
yes,
commentary.
I did.
39 for 2 latest. Rabada with the 2 early wickets.
I guess, and I haven't heard about it, that one of the wickets would have been Crawley.
Yep.
In comes the next ball. Hammered away in the offside, but there's a man there out to be extra cover. Fields, and that's just a single, and the score has disappeared from the both scoreboards.
Right. It's about 59.
2 is there, which the last
here we are,
man
it's on the
scored.
board. 58, here we are on the screen in front of us.
Yeah.
England 39 for 2, Lee's gone for 5, Crawley for 9, both to Rabada.
In comes Williams, the numberless Williams, and he's played wide of mid-on, and they go through as Welsh runs hard. It's Jennings, in fact, the other opening batsman, at mid-on, and stops him getting the second. Score moves on to 59 for 2. Very useful, much needed partnership here by Glamorgan's third wicket pair, because they were in dire trouble at 5 for 2. Both openers gone in the first couple of overs, and I don't know if you heard my views of the pitch, Nick. I think it's a very good pitch. Williams is in, bowls. Ingram goes to try and pull that to mid-wicket, but doesn't connect. By that, I think, because it gives your seamers a chance, and also gives the batsman, if the ball is pitched up, as we've seen, encourages stroke play. And so many pitches these days, the one at Chelmsford, well, you know, if you won the toss, you won the game. It's turned absolutely square on that second innings, and what chance have you got?
Rather thought it might be the same tally here. Win the toss, bowl first, win the game.
Next ball is just open face by the batsman. Ingram down towards fine, a third man rather, and a single takes the score to 60.
But although the ball has beaten the bat here in the last hour since this third wicket partnership came together, it's
you expected it, wouldn't you?
It hasn't been quite as seam friendly as I expected it to be.
Well, first couple of overs with this ball.
First few, yeah.
It's
It's worn off a bit quicker than I expected.
In comes Williams, bowled. Oh, what? He's caught at the wicket there. A very, very wild shot. He charged the bowler, tried to square drive it, Carlson, and he's caught. And after that promising partnership, Glamorgan lose their third wicket, and not a shot that Carlson will probably be very happy with when he looks back at that.
22 of 43 balls, maybe just suggesting that he might have felt a little bit tied down. It does like to get on top of the bowling Kieran Carlson, but that certainly wasn't the way to do it, or wasn't implemented correctly anyway, as he took a big step down the wicket. His feet weren't quite there when he played the shot, and Lavelle took a relatively straightforward catch, and Williams goes into the wickets column with the two earlier from Bailey. So 60 for 3, and Lancashire back on top as Chris Cook comes to the wicket. Now, Cook hasn't batted in this competition. He was injured while keeping wicket in the very first game at Derby. Glamorgan won that one comfortably by 8 wickets, so he wasn't required to test his leg batting, and he is back in, and we believe will be keeping wicket, although Tom Cullen also remains in the side.
It's such a shame there, because these two are going along quite nicely, having shared that partnership, and you feel, Nick, that it was wasn't needed, that sort of shot, really, because it was well wide of the off stump. It was the last ball of the over, and rather a needless wicket to
yeah, premeditated, you had the feeling. Hurt from the leisure centre end, or the David Road end, and Ingram drives into cover. So there's almost a mix-up as the two batsmen almost had a conversation in mid-wicket. Now that one is awkward for the fielder there, Josh Bohannon, who found the ball bobbling up, and I think it struck him on the jaw as he got his hands down to it, either bouncing off a rough patch off the square or off his hand, and it appears to have struck him on the jaw from the way he's holding it rather gingerly.
Yeah, and the batsmen were a bit unsighted. They thought it was in his grasp, and will we, won't we? It wasn't. It went past him. But,
was a very easy single there as it happened, but they didn't take it.
Yeah.
Hurt then from the leisure centre end, running from left to right as we look out from our position, which is at cover for the left-handed Ingram. Hurt bowls, Ingram defends back down the wicket. I'm not sure how much the ball is coming onto the bat, Edward. I think 200 might just be competitive. I mean, obviously they'll be looking towards 250.
Yeah, they'll have to bat well.
Smallish ground, but the ball not running over the outfield at the moment.
Yeah, the conditions have been favourable, of course, to the to Lancashire.
Hit into bowl to Ingram, who drives to cover. Bohannon, as if to take out his frustration at being whacked in the jaw, fires in a throw to Lavelle, but he had to watch that one carefully. It's just off the square, and it appears to be a slightly rough surface, although of course this isn't the rugby ground itself. There is no crossover between the two playing arenas as there is down the road at St Helens. Hurt in to bowl to Ingram, who nurdles it away on the leg side. Will take a single down to backward square. 61 for 3, and Ingram onto 29 not out. Still under cloudy skies here in southwest Wales.
Yeah, all right.
Edward, the local weather sage, assures us that all will be well, and so does the Met Office forecast.
Is it? Oh.
Only 10% chance of precipitation, as they say.
as you might say.
But still some rather dark clouds overhead as the Lancashire coaching staff take a little constitutional round the boundary. Hurt into bolt the new bat Chris Cook, who forces 2 mid-wicket, but a tumbling stop by the skipper Jennings, moving round from mid-on, prevents any run from being taken. 61 for 3.
Much depends now, especially on Ingram and Cook, because they're probably the two of the last recognised first-team batsmen. It's a useful place to come. Tom Cullen, who got 18 not out in that win against Kent some weeks ago, and they got Joe Cook restored to the side today, left-handed opener for the second team.
It is in. Bowls to Chris Cook, who works on the leg side. It's fielded by Balderson, and there's no run. Joe Cook is standing on the players' balcony just to our right, appears to be next in, since he's got the hoodie off. There's several hoodies among the Glamorgan players today, which tells you that the temperature is about probably 15 degrees less than it was a few days ago.
22 is the official forecast for this area today, and if the sun comes through, it'll be a little bit warmer than that. It's pleasant, put it that way. A lot of people, can you believe it, are glad that the hot weather has gone, the very hot weather. As Williams starts another end from the far end, bowls and short, cut away fiercely by Colin Ingram, but straight to cover point, fielding on the boundary. The score moves on to 62 for 3. Oakwood Road end is one end, way to our right and to our left. It's the big walls of the swimming pool end, as it's commonly known. As Chris Cook prepares and takes his mark, and he will face Williams, who's taken 1 wicket. As in comes Williams, bowls, and Cook goes back, plays it away on the offsides, fielded at cover, and there is no run. 62 for 3, 30 for Ingram. You feel that he is the sheet anchor in this innings. There are 2 slips for the new batsman, and then an arc of 3 on the offside, saving a single. As Williams comes in and bowls, that's left while outside the off stump by Cook, goes through to the wicket-keeper. 62 for 3. Cook yet to get off the mark. Pressure on him at the moment. Hasn't had much practice in the last couple of weeks due to the injury he's received.
It'll be the first 50 over game he's played for a while, isn't it? Because he was away with the franchise last year.
And didn't play, like many.
Very little. Yeah, a couple of games for Brum.
Here comes Williams, pounding in and bowls, and that played away down the. Oh well, I think he might have hit the pad, and there is no run. The man from the square leg comes in very quickly, and there's no run.
England 50 for 3.
Well done.
Joe Root has gone. Like before to Janssen for
Won
8.
the toss then, Nick, do you?
South Africa won the toss and inserted England.
Williams in again and bowls to Cook. Cook goes back, cuts, or tries to cut, hits the bottom of the bat and just dribbles down to second slip.
Ollie Pope on 15 not out has just been joined by Johnny Bairstow.
Formidable fast bowling attack of South Africa, not to be underestimated. Leading that attack is of course the man who's taken 2 wickets, Rabara. In comes Williams and bowls again, and Cook is forward, plays away on the offside. They go for a quick single and will get there. It's a very poor attempting ball down through the middle of the park in football is attempted by Croft, but it's not a very good advert. Something like I saw last night at the end of the football match at Swansea.
Oh dear, you're still hurting, Edward.
I couldn't quite believe it. Scoring after 56 seconds, Swansea did. 2-0, 2-0 at 90 minutes, 2-0 at 91, 92 minutes, then 2 own goals. Draw.
Did you actually see those, or were you in the car
No,
park by
I
those?
was walking back to the car. I generally leave just to get out of the traffic at full time. And the chap walking in front of me said they've scored, looking into his phone. I said, who scored? The opposition. And still they hadn't got quite to my car, which was only 5 minutes away, and they said, oh, they've scored again. And I wasn't in a very good mood for the journey home.
Not surprised. Not surprised. As
Scott Reed has gone for a little wander.
yeah,
And have a look at this ground. As
we've got Danny Lamb to bowl, and that's defended on the offside.
Danny Lamb is a very fine one-day bowler. He doesn't show you the ball and can surprise you with these variety of slower balls.
It's the one change in the Lancashire side from the narrow defeat against Hampshire. Danny Lamb coming in for the spinner Jack Morley. Lancashire deciding they didn't need a specialist spinner, and Glamorgan on this occasion leaving out Andrew Salter. Lamb bowls, forced on the back foot by Cook, but no run as it's parried by Bohannon.
Glamorgan played Lancashire here way back in 1961, and that was the last game between the two counties that they played against in Neath. And I must say, in the 1960s and 70s when they played here, they were always results.
Lamb bowls, left by Cook through low to Labelle.
And I managed to find out the scores, and Glamorgan were saved by the rain. There was no play, incidentally, on the second day, which is a 3-day match. Lancashire made 195, and in reply, Glamorgan 113 for 3. Brian Statham, that magnificent bowler from Lancashire, took 4 wickets.
In comes Lamb to bowl to Chris Cook, who's on the defensive back to bowler, no run.
And Lancashire got 184 for 5 declared, left Glamorgan 166 to win, and the Welsh county were 102 for 8 at the close.
Did it rain a bit by any
It
chance?
rained on the second day, and the top
Was that
scorer,
uncovered pitches in those days?
yes,
Yeah.
Alan Jones with 28.
Next delivery from Lamb is forced
Shot.
off the back foot by Cook. Oh, he's hit that hard through the covers, beats the infielders, and it's run away up to the cover boundary on the far side of the ground from us for 4 runs, 5 to Chris Cook. 67 for 3 Glamorgan in the 19th over, having been put into bat.
And that great character, Wilfred Wooler, formidable member where he used to run Glamorgan, scored his one and only 100 here against Warwickshire.
Lamb is in to bowl. Cook takes a step down the wicket, then plays a defensive shot when he gets it. Only had 100, Wilf.
Wilf Wooler had only one championship 100,
All right.
which surprises, well, it surprised me, it surprised a lot, but he was a terrific captain and led Glamorgan in 1948. Fearless fielder at short leg and the leg trap, and a very useful, often opening bowler. I don't know whether you'd like to have played under Wilf. A couple of the Glamorgan players used to tremble in the field.
Well,
literally.
when I started, he was a reasonably regular member of the media box, and you're certainly in no doubt as to his opinions. 67 for 3 after 19.
Williams continue. He's had a fairly long bowls, Williams, and he's bowling again from the Oakwood Road end, and still very cloudy here at the Knoll. Then he comes for the first ball to Ingram, and Ingram just plays it off his pads over to mid-wicket, and the return comes in. Score moves on to 68 for 3. The batsman out for Glamorgan. Tom Bevan first to go without scoring. North East out for 2, both dismissed by Tom Bailey. And then after an useful partnership of 60 between Carlson and Ingram, Carlson went for 22. Ingram is on 31, and it'll be Cook to face. He's on 5. Just the one slip. Williams comes in, bowls the right-handed. Cook attempts a vicious cut, and it really was far too wide for that, and the ball goes through to the wicket-keeper. Still cloudy, as I say, and I have been, and you probably, Nick, have been, where the Drummer Mountain in the far distance has been shrouded in mist where you couldn't see it, but not today, thankfully. Scott is back. He'll be on at the end of this over, having gone for a walk around. As in comes Williams, bowls, and it's played back to the bowler. Good length ball from Williams, no addition to the score. Crowd enjoying this. They're perched on the seats of it, brought their own seats all around the ground. The marquee is full, and watching intently to see if Glamorgan can get a respectable score. As Williams in, bowls again short, and it hits him on the top of the pad, and it's a big appeal, as you probably heard, but it goes down to third man for a leg bye, signalled by Jack Chantry, the umpire. 69 for 3.
At least through avoiding the rain, there's a few of the one-day cup matches are being held up around the country at the moment.
Yes, they hadn't started at Derby, but Scott was going through them some 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, there'll be rather less of around the grounds today, I think, because it'll use up all our Wi-Fi. We've only got so much juice to get us through the day.
Oh dear. In comes Williams, bowls the left-handed Ingram. Appeal for a catch at the wicket. No, chap halfway back and mid-off ran in shouting, so whether he heard it or whether he went up after the keeper. Well, it's turned down by Jack Chantry.
Ingram looked to be trying to play inside it.
Yeah. Let's have a look at it again. Now Ingram looked back, which always is a little giveaway, isn't it? You as a wicketkeeper would know, Nick, because you take these tumbling catches and they look back at you.
If I take a tumbling catch, I'll let you know, Edward.
Very modest he is. In comes Williams, bowls again to Ingram. Ingram is beaten this time on the offside as he pushes to try and pushes it away. He's beaten, and that's the end of the over. Ingram goes through to have a look at the pitch, has a chat with his partner, and Scott is back into his chair with Nick.
Thank you very much indeed, Edward. Yes, certainly doing a bit of tumbling at the weekend, but playing on a very interesting wicket, courtesy of Cardiff Council, which was somewhat unpredictable. Wasn't sure at any point whether it was my chest or ankles that were in danger behind the stumps.
Excellent. That sounds like fun.
Yes. I conceded fewer byes than the opposition keeper. That's always a moral victory for me.
That's a win-win, absolutely.
That's a win at the level I play cricket.
Is it me?
No, it's me at the moment. Lamb is into bowl to Cook, who drives to mid-off, fielded by Hurt. And there is no run. I'm only jesting in terms of the Wi-Fi, by the way. It's you don't really use it up. But it's the sort of concept, though, that I like. You've got enough, it's like batteries. You've got so much power for the day and you don't want to use it up. As Cook defends on the back foot into the covers. No run, 69 for 3 it remains. Apologies if you're tuning in and you're hearing a little droning in the background. Once the droning in the background is not the commentary team but a generator which is nearby. Lamb into bowl. Cook plays off the back foot nicely into the covers. Takes the single. 70 for 3 Glamorgan. Chris Cook on to 6, and this is first List A innings for a couple of seasons. Actually, more than a couple because they didn't play any in 2020, did they?
No.
So it's his first List A innings, or full limited overs day, since 2019. Lamb bowls, and Ingram prods forward and is beaten. Colin Ingram, for once, is a bit becalmed, and that doesn't happen very often, but presumably he knows that he's going to try and bat deep into the innings, allow Glamorgan to have something in hand for a final flourish, if at all possible. At the moment they're poddling along at just under 3.5 runs and over. Lamb bowls. Oh, Ingram has a swish at that one and misses. Through to Lavelle it goes. No slips now, so slightly less danger. It's the regulation 5 infielders and 4 on the boundary. And the boundary riders, if we can pick them out against the crowd. Well, there's one just to our right at point, as Ingram defends the next delivery back to the bowler. Third man, fine leg, and a man just in front of square leg were the boundary riders for Ingram. But that is the end of the 21st over. Just the single off it, and Glamorgan are 70 for 3 with the man out. Bevan without scoring, Northeast for 2, and Carlson for 22.
Yeah, they do somewhat blend in, don't they? From our viewing position here, the field is out towards the boundary, especially on the far side of the ground. It's quite difficult to try and pick them out.
Yeah, difficult for the batters to pick them out in the dark blue tops of Lancs.
It's Will Williams bowling, and that's just eased away down to backward point, and there's no run.
Even without the vibrant red stripe down the side and round the neck. It's quite an elegant kit, this Lancashire one.
It's okay, yeah. There's a bit too many kind of blues though in the one day cup. There's a lot of teams in different shades of blue or black.
Yep.
I think Glamorgan have got a nice
for this comp.
Yellow. Yeah. Williams balls again, playing a miss from Cook through to the keeper, no run. Oh, is it yellow, Glamorgan? I don't want to get this wrong, or is it is it golden colour? I don't know. Is it?
It's sort of daffodil yellow.
Daffodil yellow.
Gold.
That's the phrase I was looking for. Daffodil yellow.
Yeah. Okay. Or gold. It doesn't really matter. It's quite a strong yellow. It presumably is to tie in with the yellow on the daffodil motif. But I was we're propounding a view about shirts, which I'll tell you about this after this ball.
Yes, Williams bowling to Cook. Little shuffle forward and just pushes the ball away into the offside. But Hannon fields at cover, no run.
But the county game would look a lot better visually if all teams. I mean, at the moment they have a T20 shirt and a one-day cup shirt. Now I know they're different sponsors, but surely you could incorporate both those competition sponsors on a shirt and have a home and away shirt of different colours, so you didn't get these blue clashes.
Williams balls again. That's played up towards mid-on by Cook, and there's no run.
So you know, Lancashire could have the dark blue and the red that they wear pretty often, don't they?
Yeah, fair. Quite like that. Because as you say, there's a lot of times where teams are just playing in the same colours, aren't they?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
There's a lot of blue and yellow, and Glamorgan have blue and yellow in the T20, and they look pretty much the same as several other teams that they've come up against.
Lancashire did have a couple of seasons in all green. That's uppercut down towards the third man where Balderson fields, and they get through for a single. Cook moves on to 71 for 3.
Was there any historical reason for that, or just a bit of fashion-forward design?
I think it was more to do with the sponsors.
Ah,
The sponsors' company colour was green, so they went all green for a couple of years. I mean, it was the talking point.
Yeah,
You couldn't miss them. You know, they stood out a little bit. Williams again. That's shovelled away off the hip, out towards mid-wicket. Lamb should get round to complete the fielding. He does. Colin Ingram comes back for a couple.
What shade of green was it?
It was kind of like that's the end of the over as well, 22 gone. And it's 73 for 3, I think.
Yeah, things are frozen slightly.
It's kind of like a lime green colour. So,
Right.
yeah. I mean, it wasn't massively popular, I
No.
don't think. No.
73 for 3 it is after 22. The umpire's got a bit of a flash of green on the
Yeah.
shoulders in their current.
That's it.
setup.
It was about that shade of colour that's got on the umpire's shoulders.
So it is 73 for 3 after 22 as Lamb is in to bowl to Chris Cook, who plays that one nicely into the offside for a single. 74 for 3. Chris Cook is timing these shots quite nicely. Trouble is, he's hitting them straight to the sweeper over on the far side, who I think is Rob Jones.
It is, yep.
Just about make up the number at this distance. We're diagonally opposite from where he's fielding, which is now at square leg for the left-handed Ingram, who just clips one gently on the leg side to where the umpire should have been, had Mr. Chantry been bothering to walk back and forth between right and left-handers, but single taken. He's given up early doors.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. He looks quite settled where he is.
75 for 3. His brother Adam had a brief spell on the staff with Glamorgan. Lamb into Cook, who pushes forward defensively, and there's no run. It is 75 for 3. Various bits of the technology are not quite playing ball today, so we'll ride as best we can. The main scoreboard is off at the moment. There's a little one up towards the rugby shed, which is working just about. Lamb bowls and Cook plays that one not past gully. There's a diving stop there by Stephen Croft, and he prevents any run being taken. I suppose diving around is probably rather more pleasant on this this soft outfield than some of the hard grounds that we've had in recent weeks.
Yeah, it's been pretty brutal at times, hasn't it, for fielders fielding in those positions on the used pitches. Dry, hard outfield.
Cook down the wicket, flashes and misses outside off stump. That was the way Carlson got out earlier, caught behind off Will Williams coming down the wicket. Not getting to the pitch. 75 for 3. Last ball coming up to the 23rd over here on BBC Sport Online. There's a bit of bounce in that last delivery from Lamb. Bowled to Cook, who edges it safely past slip down towards third man, and they'll just settle for the single. So 76 for 3 Glamorgan in 23 overs here on BBC Sport Online with Nick Webb and Scott Reed.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Keaton Jennings does with his bowling options here. He's already used 8 overs of Will Williams. I think he'll want to keep a couple of those back for a little later on in the innings, because it's predominantly an all-seam attack. He might just bowl 50 overs of seam. He's got the bowlers to do that with Lamb coming into the team.
Well, they've got 3.5 hours to do it in these days, so it's pretty easy to bowl 50 overs in that time. Why they have 3.5 hours, I have no idea. It's probably extended during the COVID seasons, and they forgot to change it back again, I suspect.
Just keep it as it is. It's quite a long time, isn't it, to get?
Yeah, I mean, it's 3.25 max, surely.
Here's a bowling change. Williams has been replaced, so Liam Hurt comes back into the attack. 3 overs for 8 early on for Hurt. He's got a slip in place. Luke Wells at first slip. So here's Hurt muscling his way back in from bowling, and it's punched away into the offside, and there is no run. And, Chris Cook on 9 still. 76 for 3. We're in the 24th over, so we're almost at the halfway stage for Glamorgan.
Yeah, it is slow scoring, isn't it? 3 runs and over, only just over. 3.28 to be exact.
Hurt again, powers his way back in. Bowls, edged and gone. Lavelle takes the catch. Cook looking to play an expansive shot, looking to drive. Edge off the bat. Lavelle takes the catch. Cook goes for 9. Lancashire pick up the 4th wicket. Hurt strikes for the first time this afternoon. 76 for 4. Chris Cook has gone for 9.
Yep, that's a reasonably simple catch for Lavelle. Round about knee high, just moving a little bit to his right. There wasn't any doubt that it was the keeper's catch rather than slips, and Lavelle snapped it up for his second catch of the day. So one Cook is replaced by another for Glamorgan here on MasterChef. 76 for 4, 24th. Lancashire firmly in the driving seat as Joe Cook, tall figure, wanders over to have a word with Colin Ingram, who is getting something taken out to him, possibly a new pair of gloves to continue his innings by Billy Root, won the 12th man. 76 for 4, and Ingram really needs to bat through most of the remaining time for Glamorgan to get any sort of decent score, you feel?
Yeah, key man now, isn't he? Colin Ingram, 34 not out. Been there for a while.
Much change Glamorgan's side. The batting to come: Cullen, Gorvin, Wheel, Smith and Sisodia.
So the decision to bring back Hurt into the attack has worked well for Keaton Jennings. Couple of slips now in position. It'll flick away off the hip out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. 76 for 4. We're halfway into the 24th over. Cook naught. New batter. Ingram on 34. Hurt heading back towards his bowling mark. First wicket for him. This is his 4th over of the day. Short sleeves, Hurt in and bowling. It goes past Cook and into the gloves of Lavelle. And there's no run. Just a little bit of movement away from the batter there, taken by the wicket keeper. Four balls gone, 3 dots on the wicket so far. See there the view on the live stream of the rugby ground opposite from where we're commentating from. That view from the camera is basically where we're looking from. It's right in front of us, that camera. It's flicked away to mid-wicket by Cook, and there is no run. 1 ball away from a wicket maiden here for Liam Hurt. 76 for 4. Cook on naught.
Still, those clouds look threatening, but thankfully haven't descended on us as yet.
Ed's very confident. Room for a dry day. Hurt bowls again. A little bit of bounce this time, and Cook rides it and just steers the ball safely out towards square leg. Gets through for his first run as well. Keeps the strike. It's the end of the over. 24 gone. 77 for 4. Cook on 1. Ingram on 34.
Oh, Edward will tell us that the sun is always out on the Trabanos Riviera.
The Neath Riviera.
As umpire Baldwin has a coat brought out to him by Roger Skirm, the Glamorgan dressing room attendant.
Yes.
Yes.
I've left my little hoodie in the car. I may need to retreat back at some stage.
So it'll be Joe Cook on strike. 2 left-handers at the wicket at the moment for Glamorgan. Joe Cook and Ingram. Tom Cullen is probably next in. 8, 9, 10. Not sure what order Wheel, Gorvin and Smith will appear in, as Lamb is in to bowl and Joe Cook defends on the leg side. And there's no run. Quite a distinctive side profile for Danny Lamb. He appears to have a bit of beard action going on, and it's clearly visible from this side angle. 77 for 4. Ice Cream Van is doing reasonable trade by the look of it, down at backward square, which is where Joe Cook tries to hit the next ball, but it's a wide down leg side as the becoated umpire Paul Baldwin signals wide towards us, towards the scorers more accurately, who are presumably in the pavilion, I think, since they're not in the media gazebo.
No, I was chatting to the Lancashire scorer. They're in that little white.
Oh right, there. Oh yes, in the
porter cabin thing,
yeah,
at the scoreboard.
That is clipped off his legs by Joe Cook, making contact this time. Down to Ice Cream Man. Fine leg. Single taken. 78, 79 for 4. But Glamorgan approaching the halfway mark in terms of numbers, the overs in this innings, having been put in and making cautious progress. A really good toss to win for Keaton Jennings, who called correctly at 10:30. Lamb bowls, Ingram drives to Jennings at mid-off, no run. So the slip has disappeared for Ingram at least. 5 up in the circle. 4 on the boundary at point. Third man, 45-degree fine leg, and just in front of the umpire, forward square leg. And bowl, Ingram drives into the offside, doesn't quite time it, so even a man who's been at the wicket since the second over of the innings, Colin Ingram, is not playing with his usual confident touch at the moment.
It's a good little spell this though, isn't it, for Lancashire? They've bowled well here. I think Lamb has bowled a really good spell from this.
As Ingram tries to run one down to third man and doesn't get anything on it. Through it goes to Lavelle.
Yeah, from this leisure centre end, he's bowled well here, Danny Lamb, and having come back into attack from the other end, has picked up the wicket. The bowling's been pretty good right the way through for Lancashire. Williams 8 overs, 1 for 24. Bailey 6 overs, 2 for 12. So it's been impressive with the ball by Lancashire.
Next delivery is square cut very firmly and really well fielded by Stephen Croft at backward point, as Ingram really lashed into that one, and Croft just getting a congratulatory word from Lavelle there, as he undoubtedly saved 4 runs. 79 for 4, and we're at the halfway mark. 25 overs gone.
His standards are so high, Stephen Croft. And he turns 38 in a couple of months, and you'd think, and he's been playing for 15 years, probably more than that now. You'd think at some point, you know, one of the 3 disciplines would wane away, and you'd probably think that maybe with age that might be fielding, and actually his standards are as high as ever. He's an outstanding professional, Stephen Croft, and sets a great example in the field. Hurt into to Cook, just drops the ball away into the onside, and Hurt boots it up towards Luke Wells to pick it up instead. Dot ball to start the 26th over for Hurt. Just walking past umpire Chantry there, back to his bowling mark. There's quite a sizable pile of sawdust just at the edge of the circle, which has been used a few times. It's quite a soft outfield. You can see outfield in little areas has been cut up during the course of the practice, and what we've had so far, the 25 overs bowled. Hurt back in again. It's worked to the leg side by Cook, just steering it up towards Bailey at mid-on for no run.
No repeat of the great St Helens sawdust controversy.
Oh dear.
where they weren't allowed to use sawdust because
right.
of council controls, because of reports of some risk of carcinogenic properties which only appear to apply at St Helens and no other cricket ground in the country.
Is this serious? Okay, it's hurting and balls again. Let's run down to third man for a single by Cook. He moves to 3. It's 80 for 4. Right, so the sawdust. So was there an alternative option or not? Was there another material that could be used?
I think they found something plasticky eventually, but
right. That's environmentally friendly, isn't it?
Possibly not.
80 for 4.
We've got our eco warrior at the wickets. Joe Cook is
indeed
environmental campaigner at the club.
Ingram back on strike, 34 not out. 1 ball left of the 26th over. Correction, halfway through the 26th over. Hurting and balls. That's flashed away beyond the reach of Wells at slip and down towards the boundary, the fine third man boundary for 4 runs.
Yes, that almost got Wells interested as he leapt away to his left, but even a tall man like Luke Wells couldn't get anything on that one, and shows really the difficulty of scoring.
Went up to his left hand side, flashed at it pretty hard but gets 4. Feels like the first boundary for a while, that, doesn't it? Ingram to 38 now. 84 for 4, hurt back in. Follow ball and off stump, which he hammers away through the offside for another 4. Dive comes in from Rob Jones on that point boundary. It beat the dive of Jones and the ball ricochets away towards the rope for 4 more. Ingram moves to 42 not out. 88 for 4. And Jones slowly picks himself up and will dust himself down.
Yes, he's lucky he didn't join the spectators in the seating there, because there isn't any barrier between them on that side of the ground.
Oh, he's a chirpy fella. I'm sure the supporters have enjoyed having Rob Jones tumbling into them. 88 for 4, final ball of the over. Just worked backward of point by Colin Ingram. Picked up by Stephen Croft. That's a good over, that. A couple of boundaries in it. Ingram moves to 42 not out. We've had 26 overs and Glamorgan are 88 for 4. So the bowling speeds there of Liam Hurt, all just pushing up to the 80 miles an hour mark. Just 78, 79 most deliveries through that 26th over. That's the view where we're commentating from, if you're watching on the live stream. Camera just perched in front of us on the front of the the balcony. Got a good view, good setup here.
In comes Lamb to bowl to Joe Cook, who works the first ball to mid-wicket. No run. I think Glamorgan, as things stand, would be grateful for whatever they can scramble of above 200.
Yeah. Well, I think Glamorgan are in the match, aren't they? They can get to 200. It's a pretty slow outfield, it would, from what we've seen so far today.
Lamb bowls. Cook works one down towards backward square. There should be a couple of runs here as the throw comes in. It is close to the bails, and indeed Lavelle takes one off just in case. But Joe Cook, tall man, was safely home without too much alarm. 90 for 4. Joe Cook 5, Colin Ingram 42. The men out. Bevan no score. Northeast 2, Carlson 22, and Chris Cook for 9. That's down leg side. It's made contact with something on the way down, I think. 4 runs, says Mr. Baldwin. Just a little leg glance. Got a sliver of bat on it, and it went rocketing away down to a little stand at the Oakwood Road end, away to our right in front of the coffee and donut stall, he says longingly. It's alright, I managed to pick up a breakfast bap on the way to the ground. Lamb is into bowl. That's hit back over the top. There is no deep fielder long on it. May plug. No, it just trickles over the ropes. And Joe Cook picks up 4 runs again. 98 for 4. We saw one of those similar hits earlier in the day that just absolutely plugged and stopped a couple of inches short of the ropes.
Yeah, we did. That did skip on a little bit, didn't it?
Maybe just drying out a little in the breeze. 98 for 4. Joe Cook moves to 13 not out. As he waits for Lamb again. And, well, that's an extraordinary shot. It's come off the toe end of the bat. He was looking to pull it, but it's come on so slowly that he has cued that one down to gully, and there's no run. And quite fortunate not to get any more danger there, Joe Cook. It was so early on that shot, hit the end of the bat and went probably 180 degrees from where he meant it to.
Yeah, in contrast to the previous shot, which went for 4, which was a lovely shot.
Oh, hang on. Has that actually clipped him on the helmet as well?
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's a helmet check. I thought it'd just come off the end of the bat, but it's must have clipped him on the helmet as well. And it looks as though another helmet is being proffered. Lancashire taking the opportunity to take some drinks on board, though hot drinks rather than cold drinks might be more welcome today. 98 for 4 and 26.
Yeah, a few drinks breaks on Sunday. I presume you did too at Chelmsford, with the temperatures being quite hot. It stopped at least twice, if not 3 times during each innings.
Well, I can tell you this in the Park's pictures of Cardiff on Saturday afternoon. We did every 10 overs.
Sensible. For
our ageing side. We picked the hottest weekend of the year for the first team to nick all our younger players and leave an ageing second 11 with 1 university student, early 20s, and the rest of us over 40, and in some cases a long way over 40. So yes, survival was the key, was the main aim. Winning the match was actually a rather pleasant secondary.
Just had a couple of replays there. That moment where Cook's got hit on the helmet. He's okay. He's had his checks, and he's all right to continue. So got 1 ball left to this over, actually.
We have indeed. It's been a long over as Lamb bowls again to Joe Cook, who defends it on the offside, and there is no run. So that is finally the end of the 27th over, and Glamorgan at 98 for 4. Let's have a quick look, see who's been tweeting us. I did have a message about the football earlier, which I didn't get round to reading it out. Apparently Neath did play some European football there at one point. Where are we? Colin Locke. Neath FC played at the Knoll in the Welsh Premier for a few years, over a decade ago. Played a Europa Cup game there as well. So yeah, it has staged football. Emir Evans says lost count of times you've said it's down to Ingram again.
It's hurt. And balls, that's run down to 3rd man by Ingram for a single. He moves to 43. That's Will Williams fielding. Score moves on to 99 for 4.
Emir also says he likes the sound of home and away kits, and a red kit would be well received in Wales, he said. Yeah, Glamorgan have played in various combinations of red, white and green at some stages.
Cook on 13's the man on strike, hurt. Comes muscling his way back in again, balls. It's left by Cook. It squirts through to Lavelle. Takes it with his gloves almost touching the grass, and there's no run.
And yeah, if you had one kit based around yellow and blue and the other on around red, white and green for the colours of the Glamorgan logo and the colours of the national flag, it would do very nicely.
99 for 4. Past the umpire, balls again, and flicked with a bit of bottom hand away to mid-on. Tom Bailey fields, and there is no run. There's this replay again of that moment where Cook struck on the helmet. He's okay. He's had his precautionary checks. In fact, he's changed his helmet. And he's the man on strike, unbeaten on 13. Halfway into the 28th over. Balls again. That's pulled out through the onside. Couple of bounces now towards deep mid wicket, and 4 runs for Cook. Sat up nicely for him, just leant back. Hammers the ball away towards the boundary for 4. Brings up the 100, that for Glamorgan. 103 for 4. Cook moves on to 17. What's Hurt's response here? And then balls to Cook, who just dabs the ball away backward of point. Stephen Croft fields, and there's no run. So we've got a couple of slips in place. Lancashire, Luke Wells and Danny Lamb, the 2 slip fielders for the relatively new batter. Cook faced 19 deliveries for his 17 runs.
Yeah, not very often you see 2 slips in, do you? More than halfway through a one-day cup innings.
Hurt moves in, balls once more. Ease down towards long leg this time. There's a man down there. I think that's George Balderson, it is. So a single this time for Cook. Takes his total on to 18. So that's the end of the over. 28 gone. 104 for 4 after 28 overs. Ingram unbeaten on 43 and Joe Cook on 18.
So just signs of Glamorgan making a little tentative progress as Lancashire bid to keep the screws turned on the Glamorgan run rate. But I think it's, in terms of the attendance here today, it's probably more than there would have been in Cardiff, and of course on a smaller ground it looks a lot more healthy as well. And as Lancashire changed the bowling again,
George Balderson
back into the attack from the leisure centre stroke swimming pool stroke David Road end.
Swimming pool end. Swimming pool end.
In from the deep comes Balderson. Balls and Cook drives him back towards that very swimming pool up to long on for 4 runs over the infield. Joe Cook has got a nice long swing of the bat and sending that one back where it came from, not for the first time, to send Glamorgan on to 108 for 4. Next delivery from Balderson is again hit hard by Cook, this time through the leg side for 4 to mid wicket. And Joe Cook is starting to find his touch as he moves on to 26, and the total is on to 112 for 4. Ninth over. Balderson in to bowl and beating Cook on that occasion. Through it goes to Lavelle. Batting to come: Cullen, Gorvin, Wheel, Smith and Sisodia. Morgan shuffling the pack. David Lloyd is officially rested because of his heavy workload. His next ball is defended by Joe Cook. David Lloyd made 30 off 17 at Chelmsford. In 65 he was the top scorer at Northampton, so yes, we can fairly say that agree that he's been rested rather than dropped, having had slightly shaky start to this competition. As that's again hammered away hard on the leg side, but this time Joe Cook has picked out the fielder at square leg, and even though he went full at that, it bounced several times before it got to the square leg boundary. Single taken, 113 for 4.
Yeah, it did seem to hit that pretty hard, but in the end it only just got out to the man at deep mid-wicket. Took a couple of bounces before reaching Rob Jones on that leg side boundary.
Yeah, it's not easy batting. These two have now added 37, and Cook has 27 of them.
Put my shorts on, sun's coming out.
Balderson bowls. Ingram hit on the pad as he tries to work on the leg side. No run. End the Balderson over. 29 gone, 113 for 4. Glamorgan need at least another 100, you would have thought, at a very minimum, but Lancashire might not find timing the ball that easy, as Joe Cook is having a few words with the physio team.
Yeah, they're coming off a slightly shaky performance with the bat themselves, Lancashire, in the game at Hampshire on Sunday. Top 3 didn't score. Jennings, Wells, Bohannon all out for naught. Had a bit of a collapse, and they lost 7 for 40 at the back end of their innings. Hurt balls again. That's steered by Cook towards the leg side. Lamb comes up from the square leg boundary to field. Score moves on to 114 for 4.
A slight hazy sunshine breaks through, and Edward will have us believe this is the Riviera conditions.
Absolutely. Anybody brought any sun cream? Just in case.
No.
Looks lovely now. Past the umpire balls. It's off the back foot and sliced down towards wide third man. Well, Williams lurking underneath one of the floodlights, which is overlooking the rugby pitch on the far side of the ground. Get through for 1. Ingram moves to 44 not out, 115 for 4 now. 2 balls into the 30th over. Brings Cook back on strike. Got 1 slip behind him, so he did have 2 slips. But he's 28 from 26, and the second slip's gone. Balls, that's driven nicely up towards mid-off. Jennings does get across the ground to field, but Cook gets a single. 29 to him now, 116 for 4. With 3 balls remaining of the 30th over. And then 20 left for the home side. Need a win today. Lancashire on the back of their first defeat of the One Day Cup this year, having won 3 on the spin prior to that. Ingram waits. It'll flick away towards square leg. Lamb jogs up. Ingram gets a single. Takes him to 45. 2 balls left to the 30th over. It's 117 for 4.
Thank you, Scott. Scott will give way to Edward Bevan. And we'll continue commentary here on BBC Sport Online from the Knoll. Here comes Hurt, and it's defended on the offside by Joe Cook. No run.
Talking to some people on my break now, and they'd come down from Cardiff and train, and it was pretty packed. The station master said it, and he's never seen such a crowd. Where are they going to? So he didn't know there was a cricket match on, but yeah, well done all these supporters who have travelled and the local people here. It really is an excellent crowd.
Next delivery from Hurt from the Oakwood Road end to Joe Cook. Down leg side will be called wide by Mr. Shantry. I should have got here earlier. I was on a train that arrived in at 9:20, I think it was, or thereabouts, and about three people in the carriage that I was in.
When are the strikes?
Well, that's a good point.
I think there's one on. Is it tomorrow or Friday? I don't know.
There's a lot of industrial action around the rail network, isn't there?
Tend to stay away.
Of course, it tends to bleed over onto other days because the trains are in the wrong places to start the day. 118 for 4 hurt bowls, and Joe Cook jabs it away down towards wide third man for a single. 119 for 4. Colin Ingram has becalmed at the moment, hasn't he? 119 for 4 at the end of 30.
This partnership very useful for Glamorgan. 43 so far. Cook has done most of the scoring, as you say. He's on to 30, and 45 to Colin Ingram, who is the senior partner. And from the moment he came in, Cook J has attacked the bowling, and he played one shot over long off for 4, then hit the next one square. So I think he's got the aggressive sort of instinct at the moment, and I think he's doing, if it's straight in the mid-on and mid-off in the orthodox position as Balderson starts. And now that's a glorious shot to run away for 4, despite his despair and dive there by Jennings at mid-off. It just couldn't carry it off. I thought I was watching Ingram then, and it was Cook again, and he's catching Ingram up at 34, and it's 123 for 4. Long time to go, and the sun is on his way out.
The instinct is that Joe Cook's probably had more of the strike, but
well, yeah, but he hasn't messed about, has he?
No.
Here's Balderston coming in from this end and bowls, and that's hit for 6. I think the first 6 of the innings.
Into rugby ground.
Beautiful shot. Did he clear the tent? I couldn't see it.
It just went through the gap in the awnings on the. Well, they might be able to get it back if there's someone around there.
I thought so, but they've called for new balls, so it's 10 in 2 blows, and he is on to 40. Cook is just 5 runs now behind Colin Ingram, who's in there for some time before him, and this partnership now has put on 53 within another 3 runs, and it'll be the best partnership of the innings. So Cook, who mysteriously, as I think I told you, Nick, at the start of the day, was left out at Chelmsford, having shared a useful partnership today, a couple of days before at Chelmsford. And he now is restored. He's a useful medium pace bowler, and he's played pretty well, 129. And Scott Reed has pulled out his sunglasses. In comes the next ball, and that's guided away, opening the face down to Croft. And there is no run. Did I or did I tell you not, Mr. Visitor, that you would find sunshine at Neath? Okay, you may scoff, but I said that at 11:15.
Scoff? Oh, yes, it's nearly lunchtime.
Yes, I'd been trying to work things out about lunch here. 129 for 4. Balderson into the left-handed Cook balls to him, and try to open the face there and play down the third man. And there's no run. We have a voucher, which we're very grateful for a certain amount of money. I'm just wondering, what is a chips and thing like that, selling other food behind us. And I thought, if I spent, shall we say, a certain amount, would I get the others on credit? And she didn't know what to do, so I walked away. In comes the next ball, and that's could be out on the extra cover boundary. It is. He was looking to hit it over extra cover and got a big outside edge, and it was a comfortable catch and an enterprising innings there by Chris Cook, by his namesake rather, Joe Cook, ends on 40. It's 129 for 5. And,
Danny Lamb, the man underneath it.
Danny Lamb never looks as if he's going to drop it, but a good innings there by Cook.
Joe Cook was caught by Danny Lamb.
And Glamorgan lose their 5th wicket, so he's gone for 40. And the bowler there was Balderston, and takes his first wicket as Tom Cullen replaces him, coming in at number 7.
So we think that Cullen is playing as a batsman rather than a wicket-keeper batsman today, but we will have that confirmed when Glamorgan take the field after the interval. You would have thought that if Chris Cook has had this calf problem on a couple of occasions this season, then it might be better for Cullen to take the gloves and for Cook just to have a little run round the outfield.
Well, two useful partnerships. First by Ingram and Carlson, who put on 55. That ended. And that was looking at if they're going to get more. And now Cook and Ingram put on 53. But Ingram will, Glamorgan will hope rather that Ingram will manage to stay there as long as he can. He's undefeated at the moment on 45, as the new batsman Tom Cullen will be facing Balderson, who took his first wicket, and he's coming in from the leisure end. Bowls his first ball to Cullen. Cullen defends and plays it out to mid-on.
Yeah, Cullen in the end had a pretty decent strike rate in that win over Kent when he provided foil to Colin Ingram, and then scored almost as freely as Ingram himself in the latter stages. But it's a very different kettle of fish here at the Knoll as they look to dig Glamorgan out of a hole in the first innings rather than the second innings of the match.
Yeah,
as Tom Bailey will have another blast from the Oakwood Road end.
Yes, best bowler we've seen to date. I think it's 186 they put on against Kent, these two. But Ingram will have to be selective, one feels, because with 5 wickets down and 129 only on the board, it really is essential for him to try and pick the balls out.
Bailey bowls. Ingram clips it off his legs and just gets it past fine leg. It was aerial, but in the end Balderson couldn't get to it, and it's run away for 4. And that was fairly close to the fielder.
It wasn't a long way, was it?
It's not for a moment that Ingram might be in danger.
So did I.
He's moved on to 49. Actually, he's only faced 66 deliveries, which shows you that he's still going on a reasonable strike rate and hasn't had much of the strike. Next delivery is a play and a miss outside the off stump as Ingram leans into the drive.
A report? C2?
No.
At 1 o'clock you said that I'll have to?
Yes. Don't ask. I'll tell you off air later.
All right, oh. Might include some nasty language.
Never. 133 for 5 Glamorgan, 32nd over, having been put into bat by the Red Rose. There's Bailey, who claimed those 2 early wickets, finds Ingram working one on the leg side to reach his half century, and that has come off 68 deliveries for Colin Ingram. So he's had less of the strike, certainly in the partnership with Joe Cook, who had plenty of it and took full advantage of it to strike 40. And Ingram has hit, I'll give you the boundaries in a moment once my phone turns sideways. He's hit 6 fours. As you may gather, things are a little bit more makeshift here at Neath from the temporary facilities. As Cullen clips one off his legs down to fine leg, that will run away and crunch into the white stone perimeter down at fine leg for 4 runs to get Cullen moving. 138 for 5 Glamorgan.
I haven't got the figures in front of me, but Bailey must have impressive figures before he started this over. He's gone for 2 boundaries in it.
Where are we? At the moment he's 2 for 21, so it was I think 2 for 12 in his first 6. Bailey bowls again, and Cullen drives to cover. There's no run. Yeah, it was certainly a very tight opening spell in which he got rid of Tom Bevan, caught it slip without scoring, and Sam Northeast leg before for 2. 138 for 5.
Yeah, that was 5 for 2, wasn't it? And
yeah.
Both openers gone.
Stutter 60 for 3, 76 for 4. Cullen drives fiercely, but the bowler gets a hand to it and takes all the pace off the ball as it runs gently to mid-on. 138 for 5 Glamorgan after 32 overs. And it's about time for me to have a little break, I think, and Edward to be joined by Scott.
138 for 5 then, 50 to Cullen, 4 to Cullen rather, 50 to Colin Ingram as Nick has a break. And it will be Balderston to continue from the leisure end, and he will be bowling to the left-handed Ingram. As in he comes, bowls the first ball, and Ingram just opens the face a little, places it down to third man, they'll cross for a single as the score moves on to 139 for 5. It's a very pleasant day here now in Neath, after we had thought we'd be in for a rainy, showery day, but it is not to be. And if Glamorgan can get some more runs, then we could have a good day's cricket, Scott.
Yeah, definitely. Could be in for an interesting day.
In comes the first ball, this time to Tom Cullen, who leaves outside the off stump. There is a slip in attendance because he's only just come to the crease.
Sometimes on pitches you think the attacking approach is perhaps the more risky of approaches. I actually think if you come out with some intent on today, you've got reward for it. I think if you try to be a little bit cautious, you can get yourself into a bit of bother.
Yeah, that's a very good point. As Balderston bowls and right forward comes Cullen. Thought about a quick run, but decided not to. Yeah, anything resembling a half volley, as we've seen today, has been dealt with.
Yep.
But if you get good movement, now you would never have seen these two bowlers I did for Lancashire years ago, the great Brian Statham and Ken Higgs. Oh, you wouldn't have got many, I can tell you, on this pitch against them. Here's the next ball, and that's driven nicely, but it's missed, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. A misfielding there by Jennings. Now, they might, in his defence, have been a little mound or something, but he doesn't look at the floor, in fairness. If you do misfield, you only have a look and push down a divot that's not there or something like that. It was a lovely looking shot and got 4, just what we were talking about.
I think he probably did take a little bit of a divot, didn't he? But it seemed to bounce slightly
over
awkwardly.
his wrists.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again is the next delivery, bowls, and this time is defended up to mid-off this time by Cullen. There's no run. A vicious throw comes in there from cover by Bohannon to the keeper.
I think the margins you were talking about, Eddie, with regards to bowling on this pitch, I think Balderston's the only one really that's not quite got it right. The other bowlers have, certainly Williams and Bailey, have been outstanding.
And he comes again, ball short, pushed away, and this time Jennings will field a ball that just trickles to him. End of the over, and
50 came on 68 balls and included 6
just confirmation of those figures for Colin Ingram. 143 for 5, Ingram is on 41, and 8 to the other batsman, Tom Cullen. And at the start, I thought, well, 5 for 2, another couple of bursts, and we'd be home for lunch. Well, I would.
Well, I mean, it looked that way, didn't it?
Yeah.
Lancashire win the toss on what is a green-looking pitch, and then they pick up 2 wickets in the first 4 overs, and the home side of 5 for 2. You're thinking it could unravel pretty quickly, but not been the case. That's steered away down towards third man as Bailey starts his 8th over, and a run for Glamorgan, and for Ingram it takes him to 52.
He is, as you probably know, I've seen a lot of him, Scott. He's a very, very aggressive player at times, especially in one-day cricket. Ingram hits the ball enormous distances, but has reined himself in.
Colin on strike as Bailey comes in and bowls him. A little half shuffle forward, plays it with a straight bat, pushed away to extra cover where Bohannon fields, and there's no run.
He once cleared, he'd been to Cardiff, must have been.
Oh yeah.
Once cleared the members' stand to the left our commentary box against someone. Right over, never been done since.
Blimey. Yeah, that's a big hit.
Huge hit.
Cullen 8 not out. Bailey running in past the umpire now, balls, and he goes back and defends again. And there's no run.
By my reckoning, Bailey's got 2 left after this.
Yes, he has. Yep.
I ask you that because there's nothing showing us. It's only on our laptop, so we can pick that up. Oh, what's it got?
Yeah. Bailey 7.2 overs, 2 for 22.
I think includes 2 fours in this first comeback over.
Yep. Williams has got 2 left. He's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 24. Bailey to Cullen. That's turned out towards mid-wicket where Rob Jones fields is no run.
Would you think that they'll be camped back for the last 4?
Probably, yeah.
And then you've got who? That's who we got to bowl: Balderston, Lamb,
And Hurt.
and Hurt.
Yeah, Balderson 6 overs, 1 for 41 has been the most expensive today. Liam Hurt 7 overs, 1 for 30.
Oh,
Daniel Lamb 5 overs for 20.
yes, they've all been spot on, haven't they?
144 for 5. Bailey to Cullen. It's left, taken by Lavelle.
You don't often see, Scott, that 34th over of a 50 over match anybody leave, do you? Or
No.
very little of it. But because this is such a quick pitch and ball is still doing a little bit, even though it's that the white ball tends to go out of action, as I call it, doesn't swing, doesn't seam. You've got to be very careful.
Watchful so far by Cullen. 8 from 14 deliveries. Bailey to right arm over the wicket and balls to Cullen. That's eased back along the past the bowler up towards mid-on where Keaton Jennings, the Lancashire captain, fields, and there's no run. That does complete the over with Glamorgan 144 for 5. 34 overs gone for the home side. Colin Ingram 52 not out from 70 deliveries and 6 fours, and Tom Cullen 8 not out at the other end.
Daniel Lamb just in front of us in the extra cover boundary doing some exercises. He'll probably have a... Oh, he might bowl at the end because he mixes it up. You
does a
can't
bit,
see
yeah.
his hand coming through. Start of another over then. And comes the first ball, and it's dabbed away but straight to Crofted in this deep gully or short cover position.
He's bowled a bit at the death in the T20 Blast this season, Daniel Lamb.
That's why I've seen him on television, you know, and I think he's a good... Remember him making his debut at Colwyn Bay. I think it was in the championship game.
Yeah, I think that could be right. Yeah.
Balderson turns, passes umpire Baldwin and bowls. This is clipped away, but again, it's no runs. This is clipped straight to mid-wicket, and it's intercepted there by the bowler. Glamorgan predictably were put into bat by Lancashire. Struggle at the start. 250 partnerships in mid-innings. Now they're 144 for 5. Colin Ingram 52, and he's facing. As in comes Balderson. Bowls to him short, cut away. Again, glided, as we say, down towards the third man boundary. And they go through for a leisurely single. Now that sort of ball, I tell you, Ingram, if Glamorgan were 250 for 5, he would have had a real thrash at that to get it outside the off stump. But he just used his head, and realising that he is the senior batsman now left at the crease. I feel a bit of a fool now, and I'll tell you why in just a moment. In comes the next delivery. Bowls, Cullen leaves again. And it goes through, because I arrived here yesterday about mid-morning just to see if the things were setting up. And I bumped into Colin, and he said, "New ground again? What's the pitch like?" he said to me. "Slow." Whenever I played here, it was a good pitch, but a little bit on the slow side. Most club pitches are. So I'm trying to stay out of his way for the rest of the day.
Sensible.
This next ball is played into the covers. They go for a very quick single, and that was an ill-advised run because he'd have been out by 2 yards. And that was a naughty run, I think, don't you, by Tom Cull, and he'd given up.
He completely had, yeah. Josh Bohannon with a pick up and the throw towards the stumps, and a direct hit. He's gone. He knew it. He'd kind of given up.
But I've seen so many of them this season, and I've seen one hit. Amazing, isn't it? They practice it all morning, just about. In comes the next ball, right? And that's glided down to third man. They'll take a single there, 147 for 5, and that's the end, I presume. Yes, it is. End of the over. And that now is after 36 overs.
It's a clever shot, isn't it? Just run it down to third, take the single. Let's keep the scoreboard ticking over. It's battered beautifully here, Colin Ingram, for
he has
for his
played
team.
well, hasn't he? And Glamorgan now, when we go back to the 6 championships, you see, it's got the third in Division 2, 2 points behind Middlesex, who are in second place, but Glamorgan have a game in hand, which is Middlesex at Lords.
Oh, tremendous.
So that will be hugely important to both sides. And it's whoever loses that game, of course, and will not be out of contention. And Glamorgan have Worcester at home. They have the lovely ground at Hove to finish.
Nice way to finish.
And the other one, I can't remember which one it is.
Danny Lamb does come back into the attack. Oh, that's chipped away towards deep
no.
backward square leg, and Luke Wells takes the catch. And Lamb's return to the attack sees an important breakthrough. Little flick out towards deep backward square leg.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. And Wells had to shuffle a few paces to his left hand side. Didn't have far to go, did he, to his left? Really, Wells takes the catch. And
big blow that for Glamorgan.
It is. It's a very, very good innings from Colin Ingram, out for 54, but he'll be frustrated. There's probably some more runs out there for him.
Yeah, great shame that. Glamorgan just faltering here, 147 for 6. All the batsmen coming in can bat, of course, but they'll just have to knuckle down now. And well, this is very strange. James Wheel bats number 10 or 11. So whether he's been sent in because he is a crush bang wallop merchant, anything there, it's gone, and he does hit the ball a long way. But yeah, this is the highest that he's batted. There's no Salter, there's no Douthwaite today, so Glamorgan probably just a little bit short in the batting. Yeah, number 10, once at 9. So this will be very interesting.
We're expecting him to give it a bit of a swing then.
Just looking for a batsman to come. I haven't got it in front of me. Rory Smith will probably come in next. Now he can bat, and that will be number 9. You got Prem Sisodia, who really is number 11. So
let's see what James Wheel's approach will be.
Interesting this is, yes indeed. In comes Lamb. Is it you or me? You. Sorry.
It's okay, it's alright. It's playing a miss to begin with from James Wheel through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, long tail. Yeah, if he pitches it up, he likes to pitch straight. And if he pitches it short and middles it, it'd probably go over here. But he can't always rely on it.
Lamb over the wicket, bowls, plays forward. Just playing rather cautiously this time and defending to mid-on, there's no run. Just details of that Colin Ingram innings in total: 54 runs, 75 balls faced, and 6 fours. But caught by Luke Wells.
Didn't middle it, did he?
He didn't, no. There's a frustrated figure walking off the field. Lamb again, that's into the pads of Wheel, that's glanced away down towards fine leg. Balderson gets across and stops it. And they jog back for for 2.
Ball went very quickly, didn't it, down off the ground, so it is drying up with the sun coming on it. And, perfect toss to win.
Yeah, it was much slower this morning, wasn't it? First couple of hours, an hour and a half or so of the match. Seeing balls kind of plug in the outfield and just slowing up across the grass. It's nicely played to mid-on by Wheel, but fielded by Liam Hurt. And there's no run. 149 for 6.
Still plenty of overs left after this. This is the 36th, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So 14 overs left, and we're going to have to be careful that they don't get bowled out before the permitted 50 overs.
Lamb over the wicket, balls and glanced down towards fine leg, but this time picked up by Balderson, the keeper. And there's no run. That does complete the 36th over. 149 for 6. It was what Lancashire probably didn't do on Sunday at Hampshire. They were all out for 183, and they came close to defending it. They bowled really well, but they just didn't have enough runs on the board, and they didn't bat through 50 overs. And it feels a bit old-fashioned to say bat through your overs, but had they done it, they'd have probably got another 20 or 30, and they'd probably won the match.
It's very, very important to try and get the permitted number of overs, because it's such a waste. Balderson to continue. He's bowling to the right-handed Cullen. In he comes and bowls, and Cullen fiddles around outside the off stump to try to chop it down to the boundary, but doesn't connect, and it goes through to the keeper. Bowled pretty well, Balderson, as have done everyone, as you say, except for Williams, who was struck for 4 boundaries in one over by Colin Ingram at the start. In comes Balderson, bowls shortish this time and hits him in the top of the pad, and a very ambitious appeal from Lovell, the wicketkeeper. 149 for 6, Glamorgan, who, apart from a couple of batsmen, have struggled throughout the innings. Balderson turns, comes in past umpire Baldwin on his way and bowls, and this is chipped away out onto the leg side. It's fielded by Lamb, who caught that catch off Ingram at mid-wicket. Is a little bit of applause. 150 up for Glamorgan. I'd say they need another minimum 220, 230 anyhow. So that'll be another 70 or 80 runs.
Yeah, only 3 batsmen have got into double figures so far. Ingram 54, Carlson 22,
yep.
Cook 40. Actually now Cullen moving to 10 is the 4th batter to get into double figures. Crucial knock, wasn't it, by Joe Cook, 40 from 34.
Yeah. In comes the next ball, and that cuts Wheel in half as it nips back and seemed to go through bat and body, which is taken by Lovely. Does he play county cricket, championship cricket, Balderson?
He does, yeah. He's
regular.
He's I wouldn't say regular. He's played quite a decent amount of county cricket for Lancashire. In the team, both for his batting and his bowling. He's opened the batting in the championship for Lancashire in the past. Probably more comfortable in the middle order.
But he is again, and bowls to Wheel, and Wheel tries a very ambitious shot. Tries to hit it away on the onside, but didn't make any contact.
He's probably his biggest contributions in the championship this year have actually been with the ball rather than the bat. He has struggled a little bit for runs this season, but has been a useful bowler for Lancashire. Made his debut in 2020, got given his chance because of the call-ups to the bio bubbles and such like. It allowed 1 or 2 younger players to get a chance in that shortened seasoning during COVID, and he took his chance.
Well, here he is now. It's bright sunshine, and comes in and bowls, and that played away. They go for a quick single here, and just about got there as the underarm throw came in. And to his credit, Luke Wells, he struck the stump side on, but he was so safely in, and that completes the over. Glamorgan 151 for 5. Tell me, have a lot of players gone to play in the 100 from your club?
Yeah, I think it's something like 7 or 8 players. It's in that region are playing in the 100, but they do carry quite a strong squad. There's a lot of the players in this team that are regulars in the county championship, first choice players in the county championship. Certainly their top four is, you know, Jennings and
sure
Wells.
I was surprised
and
to
Cross.
see you hadn't gone on to the 100, one or two of those.
Yeah.
I think they picked the 100 from throw some figures in a hat. Literally some people in those sides that I've never heard of.
Well, yeah, there's one or two interesting omissions. I mean, the guy,
yeah.
I mean, Stephen Croft, I don't quite know how he's not got a gig in the 100, for example. He's been terrific in the Blast for Lancashire again.
Do these
this year.
overseas coaches know anything about them? Because the Welsh Fire have Gary Kirsten from South Africa, and they haven't won a game this year.
Here's Lamb in and bowls, and that's a nice shot, driven up towards mid-on. And he gets through. Wheel for a single. Moves on to 4. Score moves on to 152 for 8. Sorry, for 6. 152 for 6 in the 38th over. Yeah, I'm not entirely certain as to how all these players are selected via the drafts, and I'm sure it's all kind of stat based, isn't it? Lamb in and balls. That's cut out through the offside by Cullen.
Well, there's a young gentleman called Scrimshaw from Derby. I confess I'd never heard of him, and I think has he played championship cricket, and who would have picked him up and seen him play?
He definitely played some Blast games for Derbyshire this year,
Yeah.
but not many. Yeah.
Perhaps they thought that's an odd looking name, we'll have a look at him.
153 for 6. Lamb in and balls to Wheel, just trying to run it down to third man.
Dear old Michael Hogan, who's 41 years of age and did both superbly this season, will be retiring. Had a huge surprise when he was called up by, I think it was Southern Brave. And, you know, I thought, well, who would have picked Michael? He's done all right. Well, he's Australian.
Lamb over the wicket bowls. Wheel wants a single. It's a good run, that. Just dropped up to mid-on. Sorry, mid-off, and Cullen through for 1.
Do you know they have 5 umpires? Am I right?
I don't. Do they? I mean,
One of the umpires was telling me the other day, 5 of us are going to be
Right.
there. Can't work that one out.
is it? Because yeah, they've got obviously 2 standing umpires, a TV umpire, a couple more in there as well, is there? It's a bit like football and VAR, isn't it? That's pushed up to extra cover for no run. There's 4 football referees in football now, isn't there? Because of the VAR, you know.
And there are also 5 coaches.
Right. Yeah, well, there's a lot of
Hello.
staff involved.
Okay.
154 for 6.
That one I know. We are with it.
In comes Lamb and balls. Chopped away by Cullen, but can't get it past Croft, who's just backward of point, and there's no run. That's the end of the over.
Just had Roddy.
We've had 38 overs gone, so 154 for 6. Glamorgan. We've got Tom Cullen on 11, James Wheel on 5. 3 standout batters in the game today so far. Colin Ingram's 54. Carlson chipped in with 22. Joe Cook's impressive 40. Could be really crucial runs for Glamorgan. 40 from 34 deliveries. And a wicket for Williams. 1 for Balderson. 1 for Hurt. 1 for Lamb. And 2 for Tom Bailey. 2 for 22 for Bailey, who's been terrific again with the ball. Balderson in again. Oh, and playing forward is James Wheel. Just snakes past the edge of the bat through to George Lavelle, and there is no run. Starting the 39th over. Balderson's 9th, 1 for 46 his figures. As the sun creeps through again, the entire outfield now in sunshine.
Did tell you.
Never doubted you. Balderson in and balls to Wheel. It's just dropped into the offside, no run. I had the sunglasses ready to go because I knew that you said the sun would come out.
I've lived not far from here for all my life. Tend to know when. If you can see the mountain, you're all right. If you can't see the mountain, it's already raining.
Well, it looks lovely today. Plenty inside the ground watching as well. Balderson to Wheel, again half shuffle forward, trying to work it away into the offside. Picked up by Croft, who shows some very silky football skills at point to field, and there's no run.
Send him to Old Trafford. They need somebody like that now. As he gloats, bottom of the league, bottom of the Premier League. Described by Gary Neville as a disgrace.
There is Balderson. Comes over the wicket, balls again to Wheel. It's muscled away through the onside. A couple of bounces. It's over the boundary rope.
See what I mean by Wheel? Was muscled, as you rightly say. Yeah.
Gets 4 for it. Bouncing its way out towards the little group of spectators in these look like white collapsible plastic chairs that strung along the edge of the boundary. Got to keep your eyes peeled in this ground.
I'm just going to say, if you're rather elderly, it must be, you know, man's been sent out there now.
And there's a chance of the cricket ball coming in your direction soon. You're right in the game at the edge of the boundary rope. Balderson in to Wheel, swing and a miss, and taken by Lavelle, and there's no run.
Of course, we got over less one fielder in the outfield next over, and for the remaining 9 or 10, as it'll be.
Yeah, it's currently a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket.
Probably one of those will come.
A long on and deep point. Balderson to Wheel, again a step down the pitch. Has he edged it behind?
Yep.
He has. The umpire Baldwin raises his finger. I don't think Wheel felt he got too much on him, but there's enough on it according to the umpire. And he has to go for an entertaining little cameo there with the bat. One excellent shot muscled away through mid wicket for 4. He's gone for 9, caught behind by Lavelle. Off the bowling of Balderson. And it's 1-5-8 for 7 at the end of the 39th over.
Yes, as I said, he either gets a few or he just tries to play attacking shot. It didn't work out. And a new name for you, Andy Gorvin, who played as Glamorgan won this competition last year. Medium pace bowler. He does bat, and he's coming in now. And Cullen, who always stays there, not a quick scorer unless is needed to, but I suspect now that he might be sort of needed to look for some runs because wickets are going down and Glamorgan haven't really got a score on the board at 158 for 7.
It was an enjoyable day last year at Trent Bridge. I was there covering the game for the BBC.
That's right, I remember, yeah.
It was a good atmosphere, it was a good crowd, it was a good game, and I'm sure a pretty memorable day for Glamorgan supporters.
Credit to the side that played, because that was the side, even though there was a couple would have been available. And Durham, in fact, picked the 3 had been, they were eliminated. It was the latter end of the 100. They played, and they were at full strength. Danny Lamb starts at the over. Log looks close here. Gone first ball. And the wickets are really tumbling now as he tried to whip that away to mid-wicket. He's gone. First ball has gone in. Glamorgan really now in a spot of bother because that's Tom Cullen gone. Well, so it wasn't a first ball. It was in fact.
Tom Cullen was
he's gone to
Danny Lamb for 11.
So there we are. That's the end of anything else we're going to get from Tom Cullen. So Lamb picks up another wicket. So 2 wickets in successive deliveries. And I'm afraid Glamorgan are just folding here as the next batsman, who's hardly played.
The incoming batter for Glamorgan is
Rory Smith, who's hardly played this season because of various injuries. And well, they face the prospect at 158 for 8 in not getting anywhere near as much as they would like to or should do.
Yeah, Lancashire have kind of, well, the ball well, haven't they? Just constantly chipping away. There's been very few moments really when the bowling's been poor and it's allowed Glamorgan to accelerate. Just the odd little time, but the fact that only four batters have got to double figures and only 3 of them really making any noticeable contributions, I think is a reflection perhaps on the pitch, but I think more on the nature of Lancashire's bowling and fielding.
Yes. There's a slip coming in, a very defensive field now as Danny Lamb looks to pick up another wicket or two wickets only left as he comes in now and bowls and beats Smith, who tries to drive outside the off stump and go through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, still a bit in it if you bowl well. They certainly have bowled well. Which is a pity for the home crowd, who would like to have seen a more competitive game. As in comes Lamb and bowls, and that's glided down past cover, down to the third man boundary. They'll just pick up a single as the ball comes in. The man was bowled pretty well at this end, Balderson. This brings up Gorvin to face his first ball of the innings.
There's a new name for me, Andy Gorvin.
Yes, useful cricketer, plays for a local club in Cardiff. As in comes Lamb this time and bowls, and Gorvin just drives that up to mid-on and there's no run. .159 for 8. Very few loose balls given today to Glamorgan's batsmen.
So he started at Hampshire, didn't he? Working his way through the different age groups, but didn't actually play for their
went
senior
through them.
team.
Not very wide of the off stump, and a wide signal there by the umpire, Jack Chantry, and not outside the leg stump, but outside the off stump. And Glamorgan's gone to 160. Looks as though there'll be some wasted overs here, because this is only the 40th over. In comes Lamb. Bowls, and that's driven nicely past mid-on and goes up towards the boundary. I don't think it has the legs to get there. It's a long chase there for Keaton Jennings, who retrieves it just a couple of metres from the boundary at long on. And they go through for 2 runs, 2 priceless runs at this stage of the innings. 162 for 9. Blue sky, sunshine, everything here now. White fluffy clouds. In comes Lamb bowls, and that's outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper. That completes the over. Glamorgan 162 for 9, and 2 runs to Gorvin, 1 to Smith. They confer. They can both bat, even though they're way down in the order. And the next and final batsman will be Prem Sisodia, the left arm spinner. I think he enjoys batting. I think we'll leave it at that.
Now signalling that the final batch of power plays are about to start.
Yeah, so the final 10 overs. Well, it's important that Glamorgan try and bat through 10 overs. Going back to that point I mentioned on Sunday, Lancashire all out for 180, and they almost defended it. They bowled really well, but just another 20 on top of that. Had they batted through, probably would have been enough. Balderson comes in, and that's left and through to Lavelle, and there's no run. Looking at Gorvin, yeah, he started at Hampshire under 15s, in the academy under 17s.
There's always a surprise why he didn't. He might have been given a chance, I don't know, but I haven't seen it in any sort of records.
Played some second team cricket for Hampshire, that was it. He's 25.
He's not a bad bowler, medium fast.
Balderson in. That's driven down the ground.
Nearly carried.
Yeah. Balderson in the end just kind of stopping it off his own bowling. Driven pretty firmly, straight back down the pitch towards the bowler. No run. 162 for 8. This is Balderson's final over, 2 for 50. This is his 10th and final one. Smith turns the ball away towards square leg, where Liam Hurt fields. And doubles his total. Smith moves to 2, and Glamorgan to 163 for 8. Danny Lamb's still got 2 overs left. Liam Hurt's got 3, and Bailey and Williams have got 2 each.
Plenty in reserve.
Balderson in, and just dropped away into the offside by Gorvin. Picked up a point.
Tempting not to say, and remind me of that the former cricketer stroke footballer Chris Balderson, sadly not longer with us, who played for Leicestershire and Worcestershire. Balderson, and this one is Balderson. He was Ton, T-O-N-E, with Chris Balderson.
Yeah, Balderson is in, and that's pushed full but wide and left, and taken by Lavelle, and there's no run. Well, he's got 1 ball left of his 10 overs today.
Many maidens in this innings?
3,
Really?
Just 3. Bailey's bowled 2 maidens, and Williams has bowled 1 maiden.
That just shows how accurately they bowled in that sort of limited overs game.
And that's defended by Gorvin, adding to the offside, no run. And that completes the over, 41 gone. Balderson has finished. George Balderson, 10 overs, 2 for 51. Probably a fraction more expensive than he would have liked,
Yeah,
but
still good bowling.
it is, yeah.
Fair play. Gets a stutter of an applause, but if you were in Chelmsford now, you would get no applause whatsoever. Have you been there in a one-day match?
I
Somebody got 100
have,
of the opposition.
yeah.
Nothing. And I'm not exaggerating, as you probably agree.
No. I have been there, yeah. It is very much like that. It's bizarre.
Danny Lamb to continue. He's bowling to Rory Smith, who tries to flay it away on the offside. Does not take any touch with the bat and goes through to the wicket keeper. Colin Ingram's 100 came up in 80 minutes, included his 4 6s and 16 4s. And you might hear somebody going, 2 claps. Smith waits. Lamb races in, bowls, and beats him again outside the off stump. Tosses his head back. There's Smith, as if to say, well, what am I doing wrong? Useful pace as Danny Lamb. Good cricketer. 163 for 8. Not enough. Here he comes from the Oakwood Road end. Comes steaming in, bowls, and he does get a bat on that, but pushes it straight. Cover. Bahanan Fields. That tells the keeper, move a little bit to your left, I'll hurl it at you for practice, but he doesn't. Ground now bathed in sunshine, and it looks a good sight, doesn't it, with this good crowd here. As in comes Danny Lamb and bowls, and that's hit away straight to Balderson. Now he does hurl it at the keeper, who was ready for it then. 4-dot balls here. As Smith goes for a little walk and says to himself, where do I get runs? Well, I would suggest get them where you can, and don't try and get them too hard, because you might just nick one. Slip is moving out for these last 2 balls. Wells has gone out to mid-wicket rather straight, as the next ball is very short and just clears where the fielder just gone to. I thought he'd hit it right up in the air to him, but he gets a single.
Felt a little bit like the toe end of the bat, that, didn't it?
Yeah, or the top of it.
Yeah. I was with you. I thought it just.
I thought it got straight in his hands.
Me too.
Our eyes can't be so good as they were, Mr. Reid.
Probably right.
Mine, certainly. Here is Lamb to close the over, and bowls to Corvin, who is hit on the glove as he pushes forward. Excellent over by Lamb, at which Glamorgan 164 for 8. Just the 3 now. To Garvin, 2 to Smith. I think, is it me or you? I think I'll go and get my chips.
Is that
That's
the
the
lunch?
fare behind here. So
Lovely.
do you have a ticket?
No, I don't have a
We'll
ticket.
have to
but
get
I'm
you
sure
a
I'll
ticket
find
for
one.
lunch.
Sure, I'll find one. Liam Hurt is going to return because George Balderson has bowled out. Hurt 7 overs, 1 for 30. What we got left? 8 overs left, of which 4 overs are available for Williams and Bailey, and 3 for Hurt, and 1 for Lamb.
Good friends working behind on the stream, Tom Canrip. He's sent that to you, and he might miss out on his lunch.
Oh,
now.
don't be doing that. We don't want to
Don't be doing that,
Don't
he
be
said.
doing that.
No,
No, don't be doing
He
that.
doesn't care. Yes, Hurt starts on the over, and that's a quarter of the wicket. No need to appeal for that. You could hear it from here. And the innings is slowly folding here, I'm afraid, if you're a Glamorgan supporter.
Yes, it is.
He had a real flay. Well, you couldn't really blame him. And that's the 9th wicket falling now.
Rory Smith
It is.
caught by George Lavelle off the bowling of Liam Hurt for 3.
And that is, let's have a look, 1, 2, 3, his 4th catch. And Smith walks slowly. Hurt picks up his 2nd wicket. And it will be Prem Sisodia to walk in. The end is nigh. And the innings looked when Cook and the other batsman, Colin Ingram, the top scorer, were going well, but then I'm afraid it has just folded. It was 129 for 4, and now it's 164 for 9. And well, you wouldn't put your month's mortgage in Glamorgan and get many more.
No, and it doesn't feel like it's anywhere near enough, but
Yeah, you needed 200 minimum.
So when Ingram and Cook were batting, Joe Cook and Colin Ingram, that was very much on, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of unravelled pretty quickly since the dismissal of.
But then you find, you know, when you've got half your side out, the contest doesn't seem a good one. Hurt comes into boom to Sisodia, and Sisodia drives nicely enough up to his extra cover, and he'll get the single. 165, which brings it Gorving up. He is on 2. Still plenty of shouting encouragement for the bowlers from the Lancashire field. Bert Lang's he's got the longest run in the team, isn't he? Here he comes now, galloping in, trying to get Gorving out. He bowls to him, and Gorving defends, could do nothing else really. The ball came in to him from outside the off stump and pushes it out to mid-on. 165 for 9. So Lancashire's bats will have can block their way to 160 as long as they keep wickets in hand. Sound like 3 and a bit and over. Not that they will do that, because run rate comes into the competition. Here's Hurt coming in from the leisure centre end. Bowled to Gorbin. Gorbin is beaten outside the off stump with a quick delivery. We can see it when he's square on, can't you, as opposed to being behind the arm.
Yeah, the extra bit of pace generated by Hurt. Did zip through that, didn't it, to the keeper?
It did. Glamorgan will have probably Wheel opening the ball in with Gorvin or Smith. And I don't suppose they will use their spinner, Sisodia, who's in there at the moment. As in comes Hurt and bowls, and that again beats him as it cuts through to the wicketkeeper on the half volley. So the innings just petering away now. Looking at Glamorgan's attack, well, they'll have Smith, Gorvin, Wheel, Cook. That's basically the four seamers, and then they've got Sodia, who will have to bowl, by the looks of it, bowl some spin. Such as the depleted Glamorgan attack today. In he comes this time, and that's driven handsomely. That's going to be 4 runs. Good shot by Gorvin there, beat the diving numberless Williams at mid-off and races away for 4. Nothing wrong with that.
No.
Didn't look like a number 9, 10 batsman there. At least it moves Glamorgan on to 169. 169 for 9 then. Scott Reed, Radio Lancashire, myself, Edward Bevan. Nick Webb has gone to feed himself. They're taking a long lunch with a bottle of red by the looks of it.
Sounds lovely.
Don't have a bottle of red normally, do with hamburger and chips. So
It's not a classic combination, no.
no, I wouldn't have thought. Yeah.
Here's Lamb to Sisodia. In balls. That's hammered out towards the offside where Hurt fields at point and sends it in on the bounce towards Lavelle. And
You have white or red, sir? Neither, thank you.
maybe a beer, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
170 for 9. And Gorvin back on strike, unbeaten on 6. Lamb in balls. Full ball, which he drives to mid-off. And Bailey fields, no run. This is Lamb's 10th and final over as well. 2 for 30 for Daniel Lamb, 2 for 35 Liam Hurt,
Brilliant.
2 for 51 George Balderson, 2 for 22 Tom Bailey, 1 for 24 Will Williams. And pushed out into the offside where Bohannon fields at extra cover and there's no run.
That was a half volley, and it just shows if you do bowl half volleys, you can. That went to a fielder, obviously, but we saw with Ingram earlier on. If you bowl half volleys or Cook, you know, you can be hammered because it comes onto the bat so nicely.
Ingram making 54, Cook making 40 earlier on. It's flashed away towards backward square leg where Williams comes up to field. And Gorvin moves on to 7. Score moves on to 171 for 9. Brings Sisodia back on strike. You can see his shirt billowing in the breeze, which is coming down the ground. It's pushing in to the back of Daniel Lamb. You can see that on the flag. See the side of the coffee and donut stand. Again, Lamb bowling, and that's played away into the offside for no run.
How do you know they're donuts over there?
It says coffee and donuts on the top of that.
Where?
Just above the sight screen. There's to our right hand side. There's a
right.
coffee and donuts.
So it does. Well spotted, yeah.
2 kind of flags.
Fluttering.
Yes.
Oh, yes, in red.
In comes Lamb, balls again. Swing and a miss from Sisodia and taken by the keeper, and there's no run. I think that's the end of Daniel Lamb. It is. He's now bowled his allotted 10 overs, finishing with figures of 2 for 32.
That's also the end of
And
Danny Lamb's
44
first
overs
close
gone.
to his final figures.
Glamorgan
10 overs
171 for 9.
That's great bowling by Danny Lamb, 2 for 32, because it's not easy, even though he came on in the middle of the innings when Cook was going well and Ingram was going well, and 2 for 32 in 10 overs is exceptional bowling. Will Williams is back into the attack, the least successful in terms of figures of the Lancashire bowlers, and he will be bowling to Andy Gorvin, who hit one nice straight drive for 4, and he waits now as in comes the first ball, and he's had to defend that. It's a good length ball away under the offside. Scott now is going to address the nation on the other microphone, so I'll just carry on here while Mr. Webb is probably socialising. 171 for 9. 7 to Gorvin. Try and scramble a few more if they can, and in comes Williams, bowls, and this nips in and hits him via bat onto pad. And there's no run. The sun is blazing down now, which is good to report. Prem Sisodia, number 11 batsman, left arm spinner, he's not out too. Williams turns, comes in now and bowls to Gorvin. Gorvin tries to nip that, and well, we heard the nick from him. I'm sure he hit that onto his pad. Ball when the umpire is not interested. Presiding umpire. And Jack Chantry, the former Worcester opening bowler, he's at square leg. See a lot of the junior umpires, think they call it the reserve list these days. It's some other name for it. Seen a lot of them out because the other competition is going on as well. Gorvin waits, in comes the next ball, and that's pulled by Gorvin out to deep mid-wicket. He's found the man. Hannon fields, and in comes the return. And they go through for a single. 173 for 9. 8 to Gorvin, but Sisodia now is trying to negotiate half an over. No slips, no gullies, no close fielders, just the 4 men in either side saving 1. Sisodia has hit that, and you're going to get 4 runs down over third man. It should have landed over mid-wicket, but who cares, as the number 11, he says to himself, and gets 4 runs. All hands up, and Glamorgan inch their way up towards the 180. It's moved on to 176 now for 9. A ball ending up over where first slip would have been. And if I may say so, a typical number 11 shot. Jennings is trying to help out Gorvin by changing the field. He's sent Hurt out onto the long on boundary. He's pushed fine leg back onto the boundary, and there is a square leg also on the fence on the onside. As in comes the next ball, and this time it's pulled, and he's just going to get a single. Sisodia has connected, in fairness, with every ball he's faced. And dare I say, farming the bowling. He has moved on to 7. 177 for 9. And how many overs we've got left? We have got 5.
Yeah.
Refreshed by his steak and wine, he is now back. Did you enjoy your... Well, no, I know what you had. There's a bag of chips, didn't you? We saw you eating them in front of the pavilion. Our pavilion.
Tom Bailey returns for Lancashire.
Report done. I haven't been told. I've been said out of the way. So there we are.
You've been chucked out. Bailey in and bowls a slow ball and bowls him. And that is Glamorgan all out for 177. And Bailey, who has been bowling this slower ball throughout the course of the year, has got another one spot on. And Glamorgan all out for 177. Sisodia was bowled for 7. And all out for 177, setting Lancashire 178 to win.
Yeah, it's a pretty inadequate batting performance by Glamorgan. Well, though Lancashire have bowled, it's only really Colin Ingram and Joe Cook, and to a lesser extent Kieran Carlson, got going. Conditions have not been the easiest, but as far as we can tell, although it's a difficult pitch to score freely on, 177 all out appears to be well short of par. I would have thought probably 50 runs short of par. So Bailey finishing things off. Glamorgan all out in the 46th over. And really, in this form of cricket, to miss out on the best part of 5 overs, you have to say that something has gone badly wrong. Credit though to Lancashire for keeping the pressure on throughout. Credit to Keaton Jennings for winning the toss. I suppose it's a vital toss to win, it seemed, but Glamorgan really should have got over 200, you feel, in these conditions. Still, they'll have to bowl very straight and very accurately, and try to restrain Lancashire, but at the moment it looks odds on the visitors for a 4th victory and for them to keep their hopes alive in this competition and finally to kill off Glamorgan. Colin Ingram 54, Joe Cook 40, the main contributors, and Tom Bailey finishing with 8.1 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 23, got the first 2 and the last. Will Williams 1 for 30 off 9, George Balderson 2 for 51 off 10, Liam Hurt 2 for 35 in 8, and Danny Lamb 2 for 32 in 10, very tight as well. So we'll be back with commentary in around about 25 minutes time as Lancashire just chasing 178 to beat Glamorgan.
and back there on Friday for a game against Northamptonshire before finishing the group with a trip to Canterbury next week.
As in comes Wheel and bowls to Wells. It's pitched up in the block hole, driven through the leg side, and they'll pick up another couple of runs as Ingram hauls it up just outside the hospitality tent. 13 without loss. I think it's probably a good idea that outgrounds are used in this competition, particularly for counties like Glamorgan and Lancashire that are staging the franchise stuff at their the main grounds. It's an opportunity to take the counties out and about now that COVID is less with us than previously. Wheel bowls and Wells defends back down the pitch, no run.
Yeah, they've got 2 games away from, of the 4 home matches away from Emirates Old Trafford. Seba, as mentioned, was washed out unfortunately, and then the Blackpool on Friday, and they've played 2 home games at Emirates Old Trafford already in the group stage, of which on both occasions, especially the first game against Derbyshire, was a terrific turnout. The crowd was excellent on that. It was a Sunday afternoon. We had a really good crowd. Weather was good.
Wheel in, bowls to Wells, who defends once more.
But I suppose it's slim pickings, isn't it, for county fans in August? You know, that
yes,
to watch their team play.
Indeed.
Few and far between.
It's a point that has been made very frequently indeed on social media, and with which you have to have some sympathy, really.
Without doubt, yeah. 4 home matches in a month of in the month of August for county fans. Well,
it's not good enough, is it?
It's not. No, it's not. No.
It's setting the county game up to fail. Wheel bowls and Wells defends to mid-on this time, so Wheel finding a bit more accuracy in that over. Just a couple of runs off it. 13 without loss after 3. Lancashire chasing 178 for victory.
Periods, I think, was it last year when there was at least, I think some sides went 2 weeks without playing if you didn't reach the knockout stages.
Yeah, it's when the knockout stages of both competitions fairly back to back. Glamorgan thankfully were employed in that last year. Not so this year, it seems.
Smith to start his second over. 13 without loss, 3 overs gone. And Jennings plays forward in defence and there's no run.
Good to see Rory Smith out on the field as he looks to extend his Glamorgan career after another injury-plagued summer. Speaking of injuries, Chris Cook is behind the stumps. Glamorgan fielding the 2 wicket keepers today, but Tom Cullen is lurking in front of us in the covers.
Yeah, and Cook's got a couple of slips to his left-hand side as well. And as Smith comes in and bowls, it wraps the pad of Jennings. I think, to be fair, probably the keeper went up first. The bowler joined in moments later.
Yes, you have to get your timing right, don't you? If bowler and keeper don't go up together, then the umpire is not likely to look favourably upon it.
Jennings shaping to work the ball towards the leg side. He remains on 4. And Smith for Glamorgan in and bowls. It's left by Jennings. Ball nips past the off stump and through to the keeper. No run.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Rory Smith manages to put together a string of matches. Presumably he's likely to play on Friday against Hampshire, and on Tuesday as Glamorgan seem likely to conclude their campaign at Worcester, who have been pretty awful in this competition.
Smith to Jennings. That's driven on the bounce back to the bowler, and there's no run.
If you want to tweet us, Web 2017 or BBC Lancs Cricket. Does what it says on the can.
It does.
Smith back towards the swimming pool, the leisure centre end, the David Road end. he comes.
Yeah, left by Jennings and through to the keeper. There's no run.
So at least in terms of the scheduling of this competition, there is a couple of weeks between the semi-final and the final, as opposed to the 3 or 4 days of last year when supporters had to book time off fairly hastily if they wanted to attend the final on a prestigious Thursday.
Smith bowls, Jennings drives to mid-off, and there's no run. Carlson fields, it's the end of the over. 4 overs gone, 13 without loss. Jennings 4, Wells an 8.
If Lancashire go into the quarter-final stage, then that is only 3 days after the last group game, with the second and third placed in the group playing in the quarter-final, and then the winners of course go direct into the semi-final, where you have all of a week's notice between the last group game. So if you win it, you get a little extra time for your supporters to book their tickets. The semi-finals on Tuesday the 30th of August. I didn't think there was a bank holiday around then. As Wheel is in to bowl and Wells defends on the leg side.
Yes, it was all messy, that, wasn't it, last year? To play it on a Thursday wasn't great, and then the quick changeover for the teams reaching the final. Actually, and we got a good. I was there, wasn't I? And there was a good crowd, wasn't it, at Trent Bridge?
Yes, 7,000 or something, which wasn't bad considering
no, absolutely, yeah. For being a Thursday and a quick turnaround.
Thursday and a 3-day turnaround, yeah. As Wheel into Wells, drives firmly but straight at mid-off, and there's no run. Glamorgan have delivered now a couple of accurate overs and need 40 odd more, and might be job done. But Glamorgan will need to keep taking wickets, because there's precious little chance that they'll be able to restrict Lancashire to 3.5 runs and over a 50-over spell. Wheel right to left, we're looking over backward square leg for the left-handed Wells, and we get the ball coming our way because he's flicked it neatly off his legs, and it's popped up over the boundary ropes, almost made it up to the commentary balcony as Rory Smith comes and retrieves it from in front of us. 17 without loss.
Just looking at some of the scores elsewhere, and with particular interest into the group that Lancashire and Glamorgan are in, there's been one game that's been abandoned without a ball being bowled.
Which was where?
Derbyshire against Kent.
Oh. Yeah. Often rains in Derby in my experience. As back on his stumps goes Wells, defends on the leg side, no run. Although, to be fair, there was Glamorgan had a cracking championship match there this season, and a very easy one-day win to start off this competition, but that seems a long time ago now. In the Test match, England 116 for 6. They're off at the moment at Lord's. Wheel bowls, and slightly slow ball, back of a length. Well played on the offside defensively. Ollie Pope is 61 not out. Ben Stokes with 20. That's the only other player into double figures so far for England. We've got Stuart Broad batting at 8. Has been down to 11 in the past. Leach, Potts and Anderson to come. Yeah, and cloudy skies, but dry weather at the Knoll. Wheel bowls to Wells, who prods it gently to point. Well, there's one down leg side in that over that was put away for 4 by Luke Wells, who's under 12 not out. So generally a tight over again, but Glamorgan really can't afford the odd 4 ball. Of course you can't at the best of times, but when you're only defending 177, then 6 balls and over need to be on the mark rather than 5. And Glamorgan need a breakthrough. No sign of it so far.
Yep, need a good power play here, Glamorgan. Tight bowling, some good fielding, and a couple of early wickets. Try and put Lancashire under pressure. That's what Lancashire were able to do to Hampshire, defending a small total. That's driven by Jennings to mid-off, and there is no run. Elsewhere in the group, mentioned Derbyshire, Kent, match abandoned without a ball being bowled. Essex are playing Yorkshire. Essex 240 all out, and Yorkshire in reply 31 for 4 after 6.
Wow.
And Northamptonshire 147 for 3, playing Worcestershire after 31. And Jennings just defends into the offside, and there's no run. I think the Warwickshire-Nottinghamshire game has been reduced. I think they had some weather issues. I think that's been reduced from 50 overs down to something slightly shorter. But Warwickshire 148 for 3 against Nottinghamshire. Surrey are 302 for 9 against Somerset. Gloucestershire 262 for 9 against Leicestershire. Smith bowls and Jennings looks to try and cut the ball, but they're playing a miss.
Yeah, that Warwickshire Notts game I think is 34 overs.
Okay. Surrey 302 for 9 after 50. Gloucestershire have completed 50 overs, 262 for 9. Durham after 50 overs, 228 for 8. And Sussex have started their reply at 10 without loss. Jennings on strike and Smith moving into bowl. Fuller's ball, which Jennings drives up to mid-off. They think about taking one. Carlson fields and there's no run.
Not a bad return to the first team for Smith so far. Generally pretty tight. This is third over.
Yeah, gone for just 6 so far, with 1 maiden. He's got 2 balls left of his third over. That's cut for 4 actually.
Curse the commentator again.
Was a little, just a fraction short and wide, wasn't it? But it's enough width there for Jennings to open up his shoulders and carve the ball away, swerve the wicket for 4 runs. 21 without loss. And Jennings doubles his total, he moves on to 8. With Luke Wells on 12 at the non-striker's end. Final ball of the 6th over, Smith in and balls to Jennings, who just shuffles back and nudges the ball off his hip, loops out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. So that's 6 overs gone of this initial power play. The first 10 overs are power play overs, so there's fielding restrictions in place. And Lancashire made a pretty steady start to their reply. I'm just watching Rory Smith. He doesn't look massively well, really. He seems to be. 2 of his teammates are coming up for conversation with him. Yeah, I don't know. He just doesn't look like he's particularly feeling great. Let's hope he's okay, but that doesn't look like a fella that's.
Oh, he's had so many injury niggles. Absolutely got to get back on the field, and if he's unable to complete this spell, I think he's bowled spells of 6 and 8 overs for the second 11. But, he is on the field at fine leg as Wheel bowls to Wells, who plays it back down the pitch to him, and there's no run. So 178 is the modest Lancashire target here at the Knoll Neath for a 4th win to go with their 1 point from a rain-off. So it'll be up to 9 and handily placed to challenge for a knockout place as Wells drives beautifully down the ground, back past the bowler. Wheel can't get anything on it, and that scorches away to the ropes, virtually straight behind the bowler. I think it was just the leg side, but a very emphatic 4 for Luke Wells. Moves on to 16 They're on to 25 without loss in this 7th over. Chasing 178, so it's not a total that requires a lot of chasing, really. As Rory Smith is having a chat to a member of the Glamorgan backroom staff down there. And Wells plays the next ball from wheel out into the covers. No run. So concerns maybe for Smith. Hopefully not. He'll watch if he bowls the next over or not. There's James Wheel bowling this over. Sees Wells on the defensive. Seems to build exclusively to Wells in the commentary overs that I've been doing. As Scott will update radio listeners in Lancashire. Edward Bevan is back with us as he brings the sunshine down from Trebanos with him. Wheel in to bowl and play and a miss, a rare play and a miss from Luke Wells, who's looked fairly comfortable in these opening overs. Scott will go off to research the ice cream or something.
Yeah, I've been walking around and meeting people and talking to them, old friends. Carol Watkin, Steve Watkin, who's a bowl for Glamorgan, is a good lady. Long chat with her.
Wheel bowls and Wells runs it down to third man for a single, 26 without loss.
Yes, everybody's saying how well the ground looks and the atmosphere, crowds. It should be very encouraging.
Yep, just a question really of
There's a bowling change at the
whether the
road end. Just coming off the bowl for Glamorgan.
wicket is quite what they would have wanted.
Club pitch, isn't it?
It is, yes.
You've got to think of it that way. Andy Gorvin's coming on to have a bowl from the leisure end, just taking out his run at the moment.
Yeah, they were noticing that Rory Smith didn't look entirely happy with life, and he was talking with one of the backroom staff down on the boundary, so let's hope he's
One
not.
of his injuries, perhaps?
Let's hope not.
Yeah, he's been absent so much.
He's
Andy
managed
Gorvin.
a few games for the seconds in a row. Gorvin, yes, bowling his first over in the competition this season.
And bowling to Luke Wells. Both left-handers at the crease. The sun is shining. It's very warm here at the moment, which is enjoyable. Here's Gorvin. Bowls the first ball, and that's on a length and pushed away onto the onside. And there's no run. Good start, positive start by Lancashire. Just saw one glorious straight drive from Jennings in the last over. Off wheel, straight bisecting mid-off and mid-on. Two left-handers then, as in comes Gorvin and bowls, and that set him on the pad very close, as he was half and half, but Paul Baldwin is not impressed. It says not out. Gorvin just getting a little bit of movement. Have a look at our monitor. Yeah, I would think he's just outside leg stump there. And he comes again, and the batsman advances down this pitch, but Gorvin saw him coming, and he adjusted at the last moment and pulled the ball down. A little bit short, but it was clipped away to north-east, feeling nearly the square leg boundary, and they go through for a single, which takes Lancashire to 27 without loss, so they only chasing 178. So as things are going now, there wouldn't much problem. As Gorvin is in and bowls, and this is played by Jennings, back down to the pitch. Luke Wells, of course, the former Sussex opener, and what a good signing that has been for Lancashire.
Yep, averaging 36 in this competition and 19 with the ball.
Off spinners used to bowl, or still does, obviously. But
legs and offs, according to Scott.
In he comes, the next ball from Gorvin, well pitched up, driven out towards mid-on, and there's no run. Fielded there by Coiler. Ingram.
10 years at Sussex, but they've been through quite a few upheavals in recent seasons, haven't they?
Yeah. One of the clubs fiercely opposed the reduction of county championship matches. As Gorvin comes in and bowls, and this time is played around the corner by Jennings. They go through for a single.
Yes, yeah.
End of the over.
Interesting to see if any county chairs do speak out in favour, or whether they will be bulldozed by ECB Central into accepting it in some form.
What we must all remember, Nick, is that it is the members' vote that counts. So if Glamorgan do get a meeting regarding this, if any of you are listening or watching, I do urge you along to go to the meeting. It was your opinion that is taken by the chairman up to London. So I know lots of clubs who are not at all happy, and I've heard that there are positive vibes of they will not accept whatever comes through, i.e. by the votes from the different counties. I know that Sussex are opposed.
Leicestershire have spoken out
Derbyshire
against.
are coming out against it, so we shall just wait and see and hope.
Here is Wheel to bowl to Jennings, who defends on the offside, no run. Yeah, I mean, there are times when there's a lot of county cricket being played, but from the batting point of view, batsmen like to have plenty of cricket to get it into a rhythm.
Of course they do.
And from the bowling point of view, if you've got a block of 6 games, say, as happened this season, then you just have to rest and rotate a little bit. I mean, it's accepted widely in other sports. You don't always play the 11 or 15 best players, whatever the sport it is. Wheel bowls to Jennings, who drives into covers, and there's no run. And surely it's better to have a series of games, and one, say, of your best seam bowlers rested in each game, than not play those games at all, because 1 or 2 players are getting overloaded.
I remember talking to the former England bowlers of years ago, Jeff Arnold, a very fine opening bowler for England and Surrey, and he said he'd always get in touch with Surrey on the weekend of a test match and said, where are we playing on Wednesday, when he used to start.
Wheel bowls to Jennings, who leaves through to Chris Cook, no run.
And the reason for him phoning, he said, just to tell you that I shall be available, I want to play. Simply because they wanted to keep in rhythm. Medium pace bowlers, fast bowlers, because if you lose that, and I remember talking to Michael Hogan about it, if people don't play in the month of, as they're doing now, championship cricket, you're going to rock up in the first week of September, take the new ball or whatever and start bowling and try and hit in the spot when you've had virtually no practice.
Wheel is in to bowl to Jennings, who deflects that one on the leg side, no run. Yeah, I think Michael Hogan is probably something of an old school approach to this, isn't he? It's not an approach that probably most bowlers would share these days, in terms of being fit for cricket by playing cricket.
Exactly. Yeah. And I remember back when the 2020 started, you had 40 over. Before the 2020 started, you had 40 overs to play. You had Championship, Benson Hedges, and a John Player. Nobody moaned about that.
Wheel is in, bowls, and Jennings defends, no run. I think there's an intensity about the 2020 that is maybe new in the modern era, isn't it? That it is played at a very high pace and how should I put it, demanding standards in the field that wouldn't have been seen in the era that you're talking about.
But then, again, as someone pointed out to me, a county player, you only bowl 4 overs.
Wheel bowls outside off stump. Jennings allows it to go through. So a cautious, patient approach from these two openers, Wells and Jennings, that you might expect. And the worrying point is that Rory Smith has left the field and is replaced by Billy Root as a fielder, and Smith bowling 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 10. So we'll just have to keep an eye and see if Smith reappears.
You do worry about Smith's future, don't you, when you think about it, because always seems to be affected by injury. As you say, he's played a couple of second 11 matches.
It's his first team game of the season.
He's injured again.
Potentially, yeah. Keep an eye on that dressing room area way to our right.
Yeah. You'll be interested in this, Nick. Chris Cook standing up to the pace of Corwin, who was not slow, full. But here he is, as in comes Corwin, bowls. Oh, that's a good shot. Out towards mid-wicket, first bounce 4, and a man very, very quickly, it's gone for 6 in fact.
I think it's
they're just
the boundary.
asking now, I thought it was first bounce. There's a man standing behind the boundary.
6 indicated.
6, who very quickly ran away behind one of the...
I don't know, these spectators these days get in position and take the catch.
He was standing in front of one of those gaps, and I think he was having a pint. Very, very.
No wonder he didn't go for the catch then.
No, he kept his pint in his hand and ran away into things. Anyway, here's the next ball, which is picked on the leg stump. Played away for a single. Ingram will field at mid-wicket, so a lovely pick-up shot there by Luke Wells. First 6 of the innings.
Yeah, 2 very tall men, these left-handers. They've got both got tremendous reach, haven't they?
What if they didn't have numbers in their bags? As commentators, we find it a little bit difficult now.
Wells is slightly taller, and he's got short sleeves. There we are.
Yeah. 35 for no wicket. This is rather ominous for Glamorgan. I did say to somebody about 20 minutes ago, I wouldn't have minded seeing Hogan and Neath bowl in this, and Van der Gooten first change. But it's Andy Gorvin in, bowls, just played up to mid-on, there's no run.
Looking in Playfair, they're both listed as 6'4". I would have said Wells looks a bit taller, but maybe it's just the way he's carrying himself.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Keaton Jennings, remember his father giving wicket for South Africa. Quite a character he was. He could be very outspoken at times. In comes Gorvin and bowls, and forward comes Jennings and pushes this up to mid-off where Carlson fields. Interesting if Glamorgan were chasing on this, because it looks a pretty good pitch. There certainly was more life in it, whether it was the pace of the Lancashire bowlers or the skills, but every one of them really bowled well. 0 for 32, 0 for 30, as in comes the next ball, and that's played away and fielded. First bounce there by Joe Cook, but somebody said catch, it was no near a catch.
Yeah, 3 wickets for Bailey, 2 apiece to Balderson, Hurt and Lamb, and 1 to Williams, who was equally tight. Only Balderson going 5 and over gave Glamorgan any sort of respite at all.
In comes Gorvin from the swimming pool end and bowls, and that's driven. And a very good one-handed stop there, as you would expect from Carlson, who's a superb fielder. Dived away to his right and parried it, and they just get a single. And a useful over by Gorvin, although he was smitten for half a dozen off the first ball of that over. 36 without loss. Why do you think, Nick, that where we're situated now is the furthest part on the ground from the ice cream van?
Well, it's fairly near the chip van, Edward. You can't have it both ends. Do you want your chips or do you want your ice cream? 36 for Nord after 10. Glamorgan were 41 for 2, crucially, at this point, having lost Bevan and North East very early doors against Bale Dog Tom Bailey. So change of bowling at the Oakwood Road end. Joe Cook is warming up 20 wickets last season. Wasn't nearly as effective in the first few games he played. Can he pull things back as he bowls and Jennings defends off an angled bat to point?
Another difference I think we must notice is that Lancashire went in with 5 out-and-out pace bowlers. Glamorgan have now gone in with only 4. Because Sisodia to bowl spin, but it's certainly not a spinning pitch. And now they've got 3.5 medium pace bowlers with Smith off.
Cook bowls, and that's played to point by Jennings, and there's no run. It's a very relevant point actually, because David Lloyd has been
that's the point
rested.
Made when you throw me out in the middle at the toss that he's there's a bowler not bowling on this pitch. Fast bowler. Or medium fast.
Lloyd would have been alright, you would have thought, on this surface. Harris and Douthwaite both left out. Cook bowls and played through the offsides by Jennings. This one may run away for 4. Cullen is in hot pursuit. He'll slide just inside the ropes, taps it back. They turn, look for about a third, and decide in the end against. 2 runs, 38 without loss in this 11th over here on BBC Sport Online. A couple of Lancashire bowlers strolling round in front of us. Liam Hurt and the aforementioned
Tom
Bailey. Cook bowls clipped off his legs by Jennings for a single down to subfielder Billy Root at square leg in front of us. 39 for naught.
The way he fielded that ball, Billy Root, that's what Colin Ingram, who tried to flick one over mid-wicket, didn't really time it and was caught on the edge of the boundary, which is a little bit unfortunate because he left some runs out there, I'm sure, and he would have gone on the offensive and might well have got 30-40 more runs.
Yeah, that was part of a Glamorgan slide. They were 129 for 4 at one point, but 177 all out as Wells deflects one off his legs. Was there bat? No, there was not. Leg by, 40 without loss. So Lancashire making good solid progress, and although if they get close the run rate will come into it and they'll look to wrap it up quickly, certainly building a solid platform is key. As forward comes Jennings to the next delivery, which is played defensively, end the over, 40 for naught after 11. Looking at Glamorgan's bowling resources, Sisodia to bowl left arm spin, and then the part-time spinners, Ingram with his leggies or Carlson bowling off breaks, who was remarkably effective at Northampton in the end, but
His ground.
then strangely didn't bowl at Chelmsford.
And it's spun like a top there.
So Glamorgan, as you say, have got only
3.5.
37 overs available of seam if Smith doesn't come back on.
Wicketkeeper Cook back in action. He will again be standing up to Gorvin, who comes in and bowls, and this time it's played defensively forward. Good length ball. It trickles away to mid-on.
Gorvin, I suppose, is about the same sort of speed as David Lloyd, whom Cook stands up to fairly frequently.
Swings a bit more, doesn't he, David, than most? Don't know whether Gorvin does a lot with the ball, but he just plonks it there on the length most of the time, and as he bowls again, and this time it does get a single as Ingram has to move some 20 yards to his left to retrieve, and an easy single takes them up to 41 without loss. This after Glamorgan were dismissed for a disappointing 177 in their innings after they were predictably put into bat on a cloudy morning and greenish looking pitch which hasn't changed colour as yet. What if they play on this one on Friday? Gorvin coming round the wicket now and again finds a length, but it's easily dealt with, suggesting that there isn't any movement off the pitch or through the air.
Yeah, you thought they might play on the same one.
Looks a good pitch, and it'll be less. So pretty good forecast again on Friday. As in comes the next ball, and that's played rather uppishly. It's going to run away for 4. Is it? No, it's collected one-handed just inside the boundary by Wheel, who returns, and they go through for a single, or 2 runs rather, by the time he got there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a chase round for Wheel, wasn't there, in front of the hospitality tent?
And, the crowd rather quiet, rather sensing that Glamorgan are going to go out of this competition. On a disappointing note, because they've really gone backwards since getting that second win. Gorvin bowls, forces Jennings onto the back foot, and he plays it up to the fielder at mid-on was Colin Ingram.
It's all very strange, isn't it? Because they demolished Derbyshire, and tremendous partnership between Ingram and Cullen to win the game against Kent, and ever since on the slide. 4 performances, getting worse by the match.
Corvin comes in past the umpire now and bowls, and this time is played defensively out to Tom Cullen, feeling a cover. End of the over, and Lancashire chasing 178 for victory, a 43 without loss. Even in that game they lost early wickets, and it wasn't for that 186 run partnership between Tom Cullen and Colin Ingram, might well have lost that one against Kent. The loss, I think, of since he did play in the competition, Tim van der Gooten, and I see he's bowled 5 balls, I think, in 3 or 4 games.
Really?
Typical, isn't it? As it was last year.
As we mentioned, Derbyshire, news release has just come through relating to them. As Joe Cook bowls and Wells defends on the offside. They've been docked 2 points basically in the Royal London Cup. All-rounder Matty McKiernan was charged and accepted a breach of directives 3.2 and 3.3 of the directives of the UCB. That's a little tautologous. And of course Edward will tell you what those are. As Cook bowls, and that's clipped by Wells firmly to Wheel at mid-on.
What,
no run.
Or section C and section B of
what do you think directives 3 and .2 and 3.3 are about? In what way has Mr. McKiernan been a naughty boy, do you think?
I think either perhaps remarking rather nastily that he wasn't out, or appeal was turned down, or you've got probably going to tell me something rather odd.
Yes. Cook bowls hammered by Wells on the leg side, but it's just a single to root fielding in front of the pavilion. 44 without loss. Use of a bat which failed a bat gauge test during and after the match.
After the match? What was the problem when he used it after the match then? Can't he go in the nets and use it?
It was an unintentional breach of the ECB directives as Jennings drives to mid-off and there's no run. But the offence, while unintentional, must be dealt with on a strict liability basis. It's entirely the responsibility of a cricketer to ensure the equipment being used conforms to the laws of the game.
Oh, nothing surprises me these days.
His bat was too big.
Even if he goes in the net.
As that is a superb shot from Keaton Jennings, driven through the offside, dismissed imperially by the Lancashire skipper up to the extra cover boundary for 4, and Lancashire race on to 48 without loss. Wells has 27, Jennings has 19.
If you're going to be a little bit pedantic, fine him. If those are the laws, you fine him for using it. But you also, coupled with that, is that you fine him if he goes in the nets and uses a bat that's not got the right circumference.
As Jennings drives back to Cook, no run. 48 for naught. I'm just a bit surprised. How do bats get made these days that are not in line with the laws? Surely, if they're presumably fairly high-end bats aimed at professional players.
It costs an enormous amount of money It cost for a young lad, and I know because I had to pay for it.
Oh dear.
My grandson.
Yep.
And I can tell you it's a lovely, beautiful bat, and it'll last him for a couple of years. It was £200.
Yeah.
And I'm told that the professionals bat, not that they buy any, because they're all sponsored, anything up to £500 at the moment.
Yes, high hundreds in some cases, I think.
So that's the cost. But talk about measuring, I know they've got a very, very thick middle these days. And it often wonders if Richard had bats like they've got these days, no ground. Well, there's no ground big enough in the past. Here's Garvin, starts on the over and bowls, and that's hit firmly past mid-on for 4 runs. Pitched up, on a length, came forward, hit it on the up, went in the air, but it didn't matter. It was hit very, very firmly by Luke Wells for 4. Up comes the 52, and there's Chelmsford-like applause for the 50 coming up.
In other words, very little applause for the opposition.
That was a vicious shot, really, and I think we'll see Prem Sisodia with spin before long. Garvin comes around the wicket now and bowls short, and that's not absolutely timed, but it goes quite firmly up to mid-on. 31 for Jennings, leading the way. Wells is on 19. And now that pitch is probably hasn't got any more moisture in it and is playing quite beautifully. Ball coming onto the bat as in comes Garvin. He's round the wicket and bowls, and this is pushed back down to the bowler. No run. Yeah, but it's Sisodia, I think, with his left arm spin. Or somebody says that's the way he does bowling one day, his left arm seam.
Yes.
Prem does he push it through, doesn't he?
Yeah, there's not a lot of flight. It's a fairly flat
ball very well
trajectory.
Watching it down the stream. Here's Garvin. Bowls a bit short, played out to Cook, who fields. We got a numberless man on the field again.
Oh, it's your namesake, isn't it?
Tom. No, there's another one on here, but we can't find out who it is because Smith went off, didn't he?
Yeah, Billy Root's on for him.
Oh, Billy, yeah.
And he is numbered
7 normally.
So this is your number 13, Tom Bevan.
Here's the next ball. That's hit high in the air. There's a chance. Or is it going to clear everything for 6? Yes, it does. Oh, and somebody's taking a tumble there. Not only the player, but a couple of spectators. He crashed into them. They were sitting on their chairs.
Tom Cullen, I believe.
Let's hope all 3 are right. Didn't look good from here. Out towards mid-wicket, and they saw it coming, and they dived for cover. Tom Cullen lost his footing, and he went careering into them. And I do hope we've got the television here and in front of us. If I can just pull it up a little bit. The attendants are there. The ambulance and they're way to our right. I do hope they're not needed, but it's not nice, is it?
Cullen is in his enthusiasm there, and with
he's all right. Tom's
with the boundary, with those chairs very close to the boundary, has gone piling in and probably made contact, I think, with a couple of spectators. There's a steward in attendance.
Steward there, but I haven't seen anybody from first aid or anything like that rushing over.
58.
Should be an ambulance on the ground somewhere.
I don't think there's anyone seriously injured, but there might be a few cuts and bruises to sort out.
Yeah, you never know. It could be an elderly gentleman or a lady there. Yeah, let's have a look at that again. It's on our screen. Oh, really careered into that chair. Hope he wasn't having a pint. Seems to be all right, and we're still waiting. Jack Shantry, the umpire's walked over to see that all is well, and he says carry on. So the second 6 hit off Garvin, and he'll try again as he comes in and bowls, and this time it's a better delivery, which is pushed back by Wells, who has moved on to 19, and the score to 59 without loss, chasing 178.
Don't think there's anyone on the ground as such.
Nobody's seriously injured, but Tom Cullen went flying into them.
Well, I suppose these days the players are not so used to playing on grounds where there are spectators close to the perimeter, which, as you say, in the old Sunday League days used to be quite frequent at outgrounds. These days they don't play as often at outgrounds, and
all seems okay.
There's a change of bowling at the Oakwood Road end.
And the players
Bowl for Glamorgan.
presumably aren't used to pulling out, because in a lot of cases players just wouldn't be able to attempt to field the ball near the boundary, and the other thing is they didn't tend to slide as much on the boundary ropes. This is an interesting bowling
you
change.
mentioned it, and here we have it.
Kieran Carlson
Yeah.
coming on ahead of Prem Sisodia. Well, he didn't use himself at Chelmsford, and perhaps someone from the management has had a word. Well, he took 4 wickets at Northampton. Get yourself into the attack.
Don't bowl at Chelmsford. No.
Well, it's never
One.
not often bowler friendly at Chelmsford.
You
is it?
have got 2 left-handers with the ball. If it turns going away from the bat, it's the only thing I can think. Before you bowl for him, in front of you, it's established.
Here is Carlson to bowl to Jennings, who defends on the offside, no run. So,
Time for you to go and have a rest.
where are we?
Down in
Look at 4 o'clock radio piece.
See how that poor chap is over there. Take a microphone with you.
Carlson bowls, and Jennings flat bats it towards that area of the ground. Thankfully this time it's fielded before it gets anywhere near the spectators, and Jennings is through for a single. 59 without loss, chasing 178 for victory. Sam North East's been off the field as well, has he? As he reappears. This is driven into the offside by Wells, no run. Just trying to... Smith is back on, so that's a relief.
Yeah.
He's fielding up at long off at the moment, and Root is on for North East at the moment. As an appeal for LBW is a long way down there, Luke Wells, and frankly, even that was straight as really couldn't have been given out by Mr. Chantry, because he'd got a giant stride in there. That's my opinion in real time. Big appeal from Carlson, who's taken a bit of a stretch for the umpire to give that one. Oh, that one's edged by Wells. It's flown past the keeper, I think off an inside edge, and it's run away for 4, down to fine leg. 63 without loss.
Yes, he completely deceived him then, and he's lucky not to be bowled. He probably deceived Chris Cook, as he didn't make much effort. He thought it had bowled him. So Carlson, perhaps with the ball moving slightly or turning slightly away from the bat, will be the reason that he's come on to bowl.
As the sun comes out again, and Carlson bowls the appeal for LBW. Well, it's pulled out this time. We can't say anything with the naked eye in terms of line, because we're backward square for the left-handers. It was just that Wells didn't get as big a stride in on that occasion as on that first appeal. 63 without loss here on BBC Sport Online. Yes. Wells has 41, Jennings has 20, and just 115 needed for Lancashire to run out victorious. It'll be double spin, as Lancashire very firmly on top, and Scott Reed will describe it alongside me, as this looks at the moment, Scott, like a bit of a stroll in the park for your boys.
Well, yes, it does at the minute. A good start by Jennings and by Wells. Nice and bright and positive, and I guess if it's a relatively modest total you're chasing, maybe trying to get ahead of the game early on and try and break the back on the run chase, and they've made a good start. Both these two have been in good form this year across all 3 formats for Lancashire, and they'll be looking to continue in this fixture as well. This is turned out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, Glamorgan with a lot of questions to answer after this competition, as that's turned on the leg side by Jennings for a single. Looks like being a 4th defeat on the bounce after opening 2 wins.
So this spectator on that far side's okay. He's got having a bit of medical treatment now, isn't he? I think some of the first aid guides are across there to help out and take a look. It was a horrible moment, that, wasn't it?
Sisodia bowls, turned around the corner by Wells, no run. Yes, Cullen went flying in the air to try and knock the ball back in field. Unfortunately, he went flying into a couple of spectators at the same time, and as saying to Edward, players aren't as used to playing with these crowded outfields tight to the boundary, being spectators. Wells takes a single up to long on. 65 without loss.
It's one of those where he didn't want to give it up neither, because he was in with probably half a chance of taking a catch, or at least trying to flick it back and save some runs. Yeah.
Sisodia, left arm in, bowls, and Jennings comes down the pitch but plays a defensive shot when he gets there. So Glamorgan are now back with their proper 11 on the pitch, with Smith returned to the action. I'll see if he returns to bowling. Northeast is back on as well, and having to do some fielding on the cover point boundary, as that's cut firmly away for the single. And at the end of the over, 66 without loss, 42 to Wells, 22 to Jennings, but very few alarms for Lancashire at the moment.
No, I can't really recall much of a chance that these two have offered.
Nope, absolutely nothing written down.
I mentioned that they have been in really impressive form for Lancashire across the 3 formats this year. Jennings, the last couple of months, really has had almost a spell of his career, or at least perhaps his career with Lancashire. Carlson's in to Jennings, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. It culminated in that triple century he got at Southport and Birkdale against Somerset. And he's not really looked back from then. Little skip down the pitch and tries to find a way through the offside, but he can't. And there's no run. He was recently with the England Lions as well, Keaton Jennings. That's, of course, played Test match cricket for England. As he drives up towards mid-off for a single. But his form of late, the last month or two for Lancashire, has got him in and around that England conversation. Of course, they've got a tour to Pakistan coming up. And that's driven again through mid-off by Wells this time for one more run. 68 without loss.
Yes, it'll be the law that there'll be an England team playing cricket every week of the year soon.
Yeah, there's a lot coming up. Forward again goes Jennings and defends, is no run. But I suppose with the idea of the series being in Pakistan is that his success for England has come in the subcontinent. It's come with test centuries in India and Sri Lanka.
Horses for courses, you're saying?
Goes back and looks to try and find a way through the offside, but he can't. Good tumbling stop. I think that's Joe Cook had extra cover. And there's no runs. That completes the over. 68 without loss. 17 overs gone. Jennings 23, Wells on 43.
All very routine at the moment for the visitors, as they look virtually certain, as things stand, to move up to 9 points in the table and contend strongly for those knockout places. And 10 is the sort of starting point, really. So one more victory could well do it for the visitors, as forward comes Wells and defends on the offside. Sisodia then bowling with mandatory 5 in the 30-metre ring. Cover is in close, but that is dispatched imperially somewhere out the ground, I think, over, wide, long on. New balls, please, as Wells smashed that one away to move up to 49 not out.
Yeah, that cleared the ground and then some, didn't it? That's gone to as we look, to the right of the leisure centre. I don't know which side of it, which side of the building the car park is at, but it's gone to one side of the building. It's a big hit. That
one might have ended up in the car park area at the back of the rugby stand, I think.
Okay, right.
The shed, that's a car park area as well. So someone might have a dent in the windscreen.
Yeah, found the ball. It's a good effort.
It's come back, is it?
Come back pretty quickly. Someone must be inside the car park. Takes Wells to 49 though.
74 for naught. As Sam Northeast had grabbed the box of balls in case it was needed. Umpire Baldwin has a look at it. Make sure it's still usable, despite whatever bit of concrete, gravel and metal it's bounced off. 74 without loss, 104 needed for victory by the visitors. Sisodia bowls. Wells turns one to mid-wicket, no run. Morgan's bowling attack has looked fairly toothless in the last few games. As Sisodia bowls, worked away, and that will be a half-century for Luke Wells. Out of 75, he's got 2/3 the runs so far, and he has looked in complete control. He has hit 5 4s and 3 6s, and it's come off just 55 balls. Jennings on strike, Sisodia bowls, played into the offside. There might be a boundary even here as Northeasters made good ground round the cover ropes to field, and they're safely back for 2. 77 for no wicket. So Wells very much the dominant partner, who's faced just slightly more deliveries than Jennings, 55 to 52. Jennings is driving elegantly up to long on for a single, just keeping the board ticking round because Wells is doing the heavy lifting at the other end. 78 for naught off 18. Exactly 100 to win for Lancashire in this one-day cup match on BBC Sport Online. Details announced by Dr. Hignell over the PA. Polite round of applause. But really, there hasn't been much to applaud for the home supporters who've turned up here in decent numbers today. Ingram and Carlson to continue from the Oakwood Road end.
No, it's been a shame for the home supporters, hasn't it? That it doesn't look at the minute like it's going to be a particularly close or competitive game. Lancashire at the minute heading firmly towards a victory, and Jennings looking to try and get things moved on even quicker as he comes down the pitch and strikes the ball over wide long on for
thought that was gone for 6.
I thought he had it first. Yeah, I was just waiting for the umpire. Yeah.
From this distance it looked like a 6, and the umpire's a bit closer to us.
Further runs this time, just worked away to backward square leg for a single. So 83 without loss. Jennings has moved to 31. Wells on 50. Appeal for an LBW. Oh, he's given it! Well, that's the breakthrough that's given the home fans something to cheer. Kieran Carlson trapping Luke Wells, LBW for 50. And Lancashire lose their first wicket, 83 for 1 in the 19th. And Carlson with the breakthrough, and some cheers around the ground for the home supporters.
Yeah, Carlson just firing that one in. Wells going for the sweep shot. Hit fairly, I mean, he's a big man, but he was hit fairly low down. He was going down, as it were, and was hit below the knee roll. And umpire Chantry deciding that it was straight enough. 83 for 1 in the 19th. Carlson did get 4 in his spell at Northampton, which was seemed unlikely, but 95 to win, 9 wickets in hand still for Lancashire.
Josh Bohannon, the new batsman, following on from a partnership worth 83 runs for the first wicket. Wells going for 50 from 56 deliveries, 5 fours and 3 sixes.
So the ball after he'd reached his half century. Maybe just getting a little too overexcited, but every reason for Lancashire to try and press on and improve their net run rate, just in case that is a deciding factor between teams on equal match points at the end of the group. And of course, first, second and third all have merit to them, in that first in the group goes directly into the semi-finals, and second in the group has home advantage against the third place side.
Yeah, and it could come down to that, couldn't it? It is quite tight. You say if Lancashire were to go on and win this match, take them to the point of the current group leaders, Hampshire. Hampshire currently have 10 points, Lancashire 7, Yorkshire with 6. As Bohannon plays forward to defend and there's no run. Essex are 4th with 5 points. Kent are 5th with 5 points. Northamptonshire 6th, 4 points. Glamorgan 7th, 4 points. Derbyshire have 3 points, second from bottom, and Worcestershire played 5, lost 5 at the bottom. Bohannon goes back and defends. And there's no run. .83 for 1. Carlson to Bohannon, going back and working the ball out through the offside for a single, and he gets his first run, and I think he keeps the strike. He does. It's the end of the over. A wicket taken over for Kieran Carlson.
No further action yet in the test, where England 116 for 6 against South Africa. Ollie Pope is 61 not out. 2 wickets early on for Rabada, and 3 for the express pace of Nortje. 84 for 1 after 19 here at the Knoll. Nearly halfway to the target, 94 needed to win. As Chris Cook will get his cap back off the umpire because he's standing back. Joe Cook back into the attack. Glamorgan short on seam options for once. David Lloyd not playing, and well, we remain to see whether Rory Smith is fit to bowl again. Here comes Cook, high stepping, right arm medium, and first ball defended by Bohannon. On the leg side, no run. Shame that Cook has been unable to reproduce his form with the ball. A couple of useful cameos with the bat, a 39 and a 40. This is in to bowl, and Bohannon plays that one gently to Colin Ingram at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Morgan, remember, back here at the Knoll on Friday, and Lancashire will be hosting Northants at Blackpool. Coverage of both those on BBC Sport Online. Cook bowls, outside off stump allowed to go through by Bohannon. No difficulty in telling the batters apart now. Having had 2 tall left-handers, we've now got 1 tall left-hander in Keaton Jennings and 1 not so tall figure of Josh Bohannon, who's a right-hander. A bit more sunshine. The weather's improving gently as the day goes on. Joe Cook bowls and Bohannon is hit on the pad. It'll trickle down towards leg slip, and they run through for a leg bye. 85 for 1 in this 20th over. But Glamorgan need a clatter of wickets rather than the one that they've got so far. Joe Cook then from the leisure centre end. Into bowl to Jennings, who's driving to mid-on. There's no run as Carlson parries it. One of the features of fielding on outgrounds, you have to be a little bit more careful, a little bit more expecting of unpredictable bounce. 85 for 1 Lancashire, chasing 178. Forward comes Jennings. There's an appeal. Now there's a bit of bat in there, but it sounded like pad first to me. Be interesting to see whether we get a replay of that one, or maybe the umpire thought it was too close. Chris Cook was certainly fancying it. It looked to be pad first, but maybe Jennings got a bit of a stride in anyway.
Returning to bowl as the
85 for 1 after 20 overs, and Rory Smith is back on, which is good news after we feared that he was suffering fitness-wise. We'll see what he produces, and Scott Reed will be joined by Edward Bevan.
Yeah, he was struggling, wasn't he, a little bit after his 3rd over. It's the last time I was on commentary. He actually looked a little bit unwell, but the Glamorgan physio came across, and he was went to go on to speak to him, and thankfully he's looks like he's okay. It's good to see him back. He bowled well, 3 overs for 10. He's in again. It's angled down towards 3rd man by Josh Bohannon for a single. Takes Lancashire on to 86 for 1 as we start the 21st over of the Lancashire innings. That target to win is 178, and they've made a big inroad into it. It's an impressive start with the bat. Good opening partnership between Wells and Jennings, and just that 1 wicket to fall so far. Jennings on strike. Is Smith in and bowls. It's driven. Take a single up towards wide mid-off. Good tumbling stop actually, but Jennings does get through for 1 run. Takes his total on to 32 not out. The score moves on to 87 for 1. And good afternoon to Ed.
Yes, a very good afternoon, Scott, and it's a lovely afternoon now. It's turned out, as they say in your part, it's turned out nice again. Is that anything like it?
That's pretty good to me, yeah, I'm happy with that. Smith bowls to Bohannon, that's driven into the onside.
George Formby.
Joe Cook, not George Formby on this occasion. Feels low down to his left, and there's no run.
Yeah.
It has. He's turned out lovely.
I tell you, I was talking to one of the Swansea. I went to see that football last night, and Swansea previous Saturday played up at Blackpool, and they won 1-0 away from home. And I said to him, "You have a good time there? Great win, wasn't it?" "Yeah." "Oh, what a great 2 nights we had up there."
Smith to Bohannon. That's a little edgy, but it's gone to the right of slip and down towards the boundary, and it's gone for 4 runs. In fact, he played it too hard. Bohannon came off the edge of the bat, but to the right of slip and down to the boundary for 4. Well, it's hard not to enjoy.
A couple of thousand went up, you see. A
that's nice.
for the match, and B for Blackpool on the weekend, and C for the glorious weather. So worth going up, not just staying, going up and back.
Absolutely, yeah. Make a bit of a weekend of it.
Yeah. Must have been some pop drunk up there.
I could well imagine. Smith to Bohannon. That's defended to mid-wicket. And Joe Cook fields, and there's no run.
No, lovely weekend in Blackpool.
I suppose it's one of those away trips. If you're an away fan, you're thinking, where can we have a little weekend away? That's
As you do with when the cricket fixtures come out.
Absolutely, yeah. Where are we looking here for a couple of little nights somewhere? That would be on the list of options, I'm sure. Smith in the sunshine comes in and bowls. That's inside edge from Bohannon. Ball deflects away to backward square leg. Bohannon gets a single, keeps the strike. It concludes the
good over. He's bowled well, and it's good to see Rory Smith back. I mean, and then, you know, as soon as he comes back, he's bedeviled by one injury or another. But he's bowling as quick as I've seen him bowl, and that's what he stays and to that standard. So the score has moved on to 92 for 1. The man out, Luke Wells, LBW, attempting to sweep Carlson for 50. Carlson, the last bowler used by Glamorgan, 6 bowlers, and he's the first one to have a wicket and the only one. And it'll be Joe Cook to bowl from the leisure end, the leisure centre, stroke swimming pool end, and comes up now. And it was just, I think it was just a practice run, because Bohannon just moved away, and I think he thought it was. And Cook seemed to give the impression, no, I was coming up to bowl. Anyhow, he has to walk back to his mark, which is a fairly lengthy. It's probably by the distance that Hurt was bowling in the Lancashire, in the Glamorgan innings. Anyway, Cook is in, bowls to Bohannon, who plays forward to a good length ball. Cook himself fields, tosses the ball to one fielder, he to the other. Remember, there's another game. The forecast is good for Friday when Hampshire are the visitors, and Lancashire, if they win this game, will be keeping an eye on that game, won't they?
Yeah, absolutely will. Yep, be a point behind Hampshire.
Here's the next ball, and this is pushed up to mid-on and is fielded by Wheel, no run.
Look, a strong team, Hampshire. They've won every game so far this season.
One, you think they were without the likes of Dawson, James Vince, the leg spinner, Mason Crane. As in comes Cook and bowls, and Bohannon tries to open the face, doesn't really, and is fielded in that deep gully position.
Got quite a lot of young lads playing. They got a 16-year-old played against Lancashire on Sunday. Yeah, 16. He came tearing in. He bowled with good pace and moved the ball around a bit. And
was that Curry? No.
No, his name was Dom Kelly.
No, never heard of him. Cook bowls, and that does get a run down to third man as he chops it away, Bohannon, for a single. He moves on to 8 and the score on to 94 for 1.
It was his debut.
Quick? Was he quick? Or
yeah, he was quickish. Yeah, he ran, for 16-year-old, he kind of ran in plenty of purpose. He bowled well. Got the ball to move a little bit, and he actually came out and batted. He got 14 in the run chase for them at the end. Decent effort.
Well, 16, yeah. Here's the next ball, and this time it's played by Jennings up towards mid-off rather, and it's fielded there by.
I mean, they look quite.
Wheel.
Sorry, they look quite reliant on kind of like their top 3 or 4 really. Gubbins, Ben Brown, Tom Press has had a good year.
Good player, him.
Donald, of course, well. And then there's quite a lot of inexperience on the back of it, but they bowl well. They're a young bowling unit, but they all bowl well.
In comes Cook and bowls. Down the pitch comes it. Well picked up by Cook. Hurls the back down, but he's home. Jennings just got him back in time. You about to perform?
Yes.
All right. All of you who've just come in from work or been shopping or whatever else you've been doing, I'll give you the story of the day. Glamorgan were put into bat on a green pitch by Lancashire. Was soon in trouble at 5-4-2, but then we saw an innings of 54 by top scorer Colin Ingram. Good partnerships between him and Carlson with 23, and Joe Cook, who chipped in with 40, but the innings fell away very quickly afterwards, and it was a disappointing total of 177. Just break off as we watch Rory Smith coming to the right-handed Bohannon, and he drives purposely, again well fielded by the bowler. And Lancashire had a very good start, 83 for the first wicket between Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings, before Welsh, attempting to sweep the off-spin of Carlson, played across the line and was given out LBW for exactly 50. That was 83, it's now 93. So Bohannon is not out. 8. As in comes Smith, bowls him, plays a nice looking shot all along the ground, down towards the third man boundary, and they go through for a single. A little bit cloudier now, but really it's no threat of rain. The odd blue patches of blue sky.
94 for 1. They're on course, you would think, for a victory. The 21st over of their innings. Their target's relatively modest, 178.
Smith walks or marches back to his
2, and Luke Wells making 50.
mark, and then now he's turned, comes in and bowls, and this is played away on the offside, and this might beat the man at cover. Yes, it does, and he's running away, and that's going to be 4 runs. By the way, he's running after it. It does. 4 more runs then to add to the score, takes the score up to 98 for 1. And the batsman, Keaton Jennings, the captain of Lancashire, he moves on to 36.
Yeah, skipper in Lancashire in the One Day Cup this year, because Dane Villas actually out through injury. He's not got a 100 deal. He's just got.
He would have had a 100 deal, wouldn't he?
I don't think he was. No.
Smith in bowls. That's edged for 4 runs down to where third slip would have been. It went all along the ground. As the score passes 100, and muted applause from the crowd. 102 for 1.
Yeah, he hadn't got a 100 deal for this year. He didn't have one for last year, but was drafted up as an injury replacement for somebody in the team based in Leeds, the Superchargers. So no, Villas was due to captain this one-day team.
Right. Smith bowls, defended up towards mid-on by the batsman.
But it goes back to the point we were saying a little bit earlier on, that there's some unusual selections in these 100 squads and some interesting omissions from it as well.
You put it rather nicely. Yes, and diplomatically, if I may say so. 102 for 1. Well on course for this win. As Smith comes in, bowls to the left-handed Jennings, and plays it on the up to mid-on. End of the over. 102 for 1, 40 to Jennings and 9 to Joe Bohannon. Haven't seen Luke Wells go for exactly 50. And Dane Villas is a very, very good player all round, and how can you leave somebody of his calibre out?
Don't know. A lot of it, from what I can gather, when it comes to the draft and selecting players, he's based on kind of the analysts and looking at data and all that carry on.
Well, I think you'll find that Dane Villas is a pretty good career average.
Here comes Joe Cook into bowl towards...
Got 300 against Glamorgan, was.
Bohannon cuts out to backward point and there's no run. Well, in theory it would have been Lancashire's gain and the 100's loss, but yeah, he's out with a finger injury, so the suggestion might be that he might be back fit in time for the knockout rounds if Lancashire are, do make it. It's Bohannon turning into mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And if he does come back, perhaps he'll let Novell keep the gloves because of his finger injury.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, you're only going to be a stronger batting unit, aren't you, with the return of Dane Villas? Yeah, Lavell's kept nicely in the competition.
4 or 5 catches today. 3, 4, yeah.
Cook to Bohannon. Oh, he's playing forward. The ball Just nibbles away from the edge of the bat. Through to the keeper, no run. See on the replay here of this delivery. Oh, that's a good ball. Just had Bannon kind of half pushing forward.
Much as I like to see anew probably the youngsters of the county playing, it does devalue it somewhat by having so many of first team players.
Cook over the wicket to Bahanam. It's a forward defensive and there's no run.
In last year's competition, you could be guaranteed just every game that Hogan would take a wicket in his first or second over. And, you know, if they had Nisa, Hogan, Van der Gooten, then you stand up and look. Of course, if Lancashire, their first team blocked there, then it would be a big game.
He's run down towards backward point by Bahanam. They think about a single, but
can't you see who played against Glamorgan a fortnight ago without 9? Was it Essex? Or again, 8, 9 or maybe 10 of their players? When you're playing against people you've never heard of. Something has to be done.
Cook to Bahanam. That's worked up to mid-on. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. 24 overs gone. 102 for 1. A maiden over from Joe Cook, who's ended up having a decent day both with the ball and previously with the bat. Lancashire, this run chase is well under their control. 178 to win. We're not at the halfway stage, and already they've got themselves potentially within sight of victory in the not too distant future. 102 for 1, chasing 178 to win. I suppose. Sorry, go on, Ed.
It's Smith to start another over, which is hit into the ground and a hurl at the stumps, the non-strikers. Yes, Scott.
Just say, is there a is the other side of the coin to that it is presenting opportunities to young players that perhaps wouldn't normally be given the chance. It's not a bad thing, I suppose, in a way, is it?
No, it's just, you know, how do you balance it? This is the problem, isn't it? In comes Smith, bowls, and this is played backward a point, but there's no run. Yeah, it's. I think, you know, everybody should be available and have a good competition then, because it's been decried by so many people, so many counties. Obviously, Glamorgan enjoyed it last year because they had success. I wonder if it will be around next year. Here's the next ball, and that's driven in the gap, and that's 4 runs. In the gap between cover and point, and that was well timed, and runs away for 4. And Jennings has moved on to 48.
Well, it does appear to be the competition that's, well, the format, isn't it? 50 over that appears to be the one that's discussed more now. And
yeah, and what do the sponsors think about all this? I don't know how long the contract is.
Yep.
But they'll be looking at, hang on, we're not getting the best players to look at. We're playing big money for this competition. What's going on? In comes Smith. Bowls to Jennings again, and he's pitched it around off stump every ball, and this time it's played backward of square on that off side, and there's no run. 106 for 1. Crowd very quiet now. Wickets were falling. And we got a lovely shot in the camera. Farmhouse behind the ground in the hills. Lovely, isn't it? In comes the next ball. Last pull viciously for 4. Second boundary of the over. Anything offline here, and it's 4 runs. And it comes up to 110 for 1. There are people shouting and screaming. Makes me think, are they training for the rugby season, which won't be long, or have they been partaking in perhaps the odd beverage or two? Did you hear that?
I did, yeah. I think it's in the hospitality tent, I think.
After a speech.
Too many glasses of something fizzy and bubbly.
Yeah. Smith in and bowls, and this time he's played up to mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over. Good over for Lancashire. They're 110 for 1. Lead now just 60. What do they need? 78 to win. 68 rather.
68, yeah.
Yeah, 68 to win.
And Jennings edging up towards a half century, 48 not out to Keaton Jennings. Lancashire way ahead of where Glamorgan were at this stage of their innings, having started a little behind. It was a slow start by Lancashire in comparison, actually, to looking at the curve there.
10 overs. They were ahead. Glamorgan, they had lost another wicket, 2 to Lancashire's 1. As Joe Cook prepares to bowl another over, and he's bowling from the one to our left, which is the David Road Baths end. Then he comes and bowls the first ball, and that's Bohannon is trying to hit that into the tennis courts behind the pavilion. His head was up in the air and he tried to whip it away, but he's not very tall, is he? He's in on the top of the pad. He's not out 9. There's Cook again. Passes the umpire and bowled, and that is struck again in the same vicinity, but along the ground where North East Field's just in front of our commentary point here at mid-wicket. Must say that where we're working from is very good. Obviously you like to work from behind the bowler's arm, but when you come to an outground, this is something extremely good. And we looked after by our engineer here very well, I must say. Spare his blushes. We've done everything we've asked for. Ian, there's a lovely looking shot, 4 runs. Half volley treated with disrespect. Went through extra cover like a bullet, and the score moves up. And also applause for a 50 from the Lancashire batsman and captain. He's on to 52, 115 for 1.
He's not really bowled a bad ball, Joe Cook, until then, and that was he's just got that a little bit wrong.
Here he is again. Comes in and bowls, and this time it's better length. Pushed away. Shrill call of no, as Ingram picks up. Haven't seen Ingram bowl. He's bowled in every competition so far. Little left arm leg, slow left arm, right arm leg breaks and googlies. This is not his pitch. As we saw Sisodia, Carlson have a few overs, but limited success. Only Carlson taking a wicket. In comes Joe Cook. Bowls. Played up to mid-on. There's no run. Crowd very quiet with the home team here. Not doing particularly well and facing defeat, you would have thought. As Cook turns, medium pace comes in, bowls, and Jennings gets on the back foot, and that's going to be another boundary. Or is he going to be stopped? No, just stopped just in front of us by Sam North East, and they go through for 2 more runs. Or was it a single? Yeah, I think it was a single. It's the end of the over. 117 for 1. 54 there now to Jennings, and 10 to the other batsman. Or is that 116? It's been changed, 116 for 1. Scott.
Yeah, Keaton Jennings half century. Including, I think it was 7 fours. So, not 8 fours, yeah. 50 from 71 deliveries in 97 minutes with 8 fours. Wells was 50 in 55 balls with 5 fours and 3 sixes. Two very similar looking batters, Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells, both tall left-handers, but they bat in very different ways. It's a partnership that seems to work very well for Lancashire at the minute. There's Sisodia in and bowling to Jennings. And it's worked away to mid-wicket. And there's no run. 116 for 1. We start over number 27 of the innings. 62 more needed for Lancashire to win. Oh, and Jennings a little dance down the pitch coming towards Sisodia.
which I may tell you what, he's bowling far quicker than normally. He's bowling, most people remember, Derek Underwood, his pace. Great England left-arm bowler. Normally he just comes up and, you know,
In the
he's pushing it
bowls.
through, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. And it's flat and quick. And flicked away towards Sam Northeast on the leg side boundary for 1 run to Jennings. Takes him to 54. Score moves on to 117 for 1. Yeah, his first delivery sent down was almost 60 miles an hour.
Was it?
I think it said 58 point something that from on the speed gun there, if I saw that correctly.
No.
He goes on the ramp here.
Ramped him for 4.
Bohannon with third man and fine leg inside the circle. Enough bat on that to ramp it over his shoulder, over the keeper, and down towards the boundary for 4.
Audacious shot.
Moves on to 14 not out, 121 for 1. Sisodia, third over for him. Not seen any spin in the Lancashire bowling innings. Let's work to mid-wicket where Joe Cook fields and there's no run. But 50 overs of seam in the Lancashire attack. 5 bowlers used, no spin whatsoever. They replaced their frontline left-arm spinner Jack Morley with Danny Lamb, who bowled 10 overs. Forward goes Bohannon. Plays the ball away into the covers, and there's no run. End of the 27th over, 121 for 1. Lancashire need 57 more to win.
Many people tipped John Bohannon last year to play for England, but he seems to have not had quite the impression that he did last year.
No, I think that's fair.
For some reason, who knows?
He was with the England Lions during the course of the winter.
Yes.
To play to Australia. He got a
Did he play in that game last week at Canterbury? The Lions? I don't think
He didn't. No, he didn't get called up for that.
James Wheel.
He got a double century at the start of the season in the Championship in April, and then quite a few low scores, but has picked up of late. He's had a couple of centuries on the spin in the County Championship and a 90 as well. So he it appears as though he's kind of getting back to the levels that he set last year. But did have a stellar year for Lancashire last year. He was terrific.
In comes Wheel, who's changed ends, who is driven up to mid-off. There's no run. Glamorgan field in there. So they're nearing their target quite quickly at the moment. 121, as you say, 57 to win. And we'll be done and dusted not long after 5 o'clock, I suspect. Here comes Wheel. Past the umpire now and bowls, and this time down the pitch, and that tells you that it's lost most of, if any, venom it had, as he didn't actually charge down, but just took a pace or two as if to say the essence is rather easy at the moment. 121 for 1. The only wicket falling to Carlson, and the only 4 wickets that fell at Northampton last Friday were only to Carlson. As Wheel gathers up momentum, comes in and bowls short and is pulled away and gets him 4 runs. Far too short to bowl on this pitch. And you have to say generally Glamorgan's bowlers have been lacking this season in this competition in accuracy, and everything else has been the odd good bowling performance, but it's been very ordinary in most respects. As we can see what's happening here at 125 for 1 as Wheel comes in, bowls again to Jennings. Jennings lifts him in the air, and it's not very far from Kieran Carlson, who there just, he didn't have to dive. He did, well, there was no point in diving. It was that sort of yard and a half short, but missed time by Jennings there. Perhaps a little bit of overconfidence, and let's get on that road back to Manchester as quick as we can. (126 for 1). Wheel to the right-handed Bohannon. Bowls to him, and this time he defends. Better ball from Wheel, who plays it back down the pitch. And we will look for perhaps changes on Friday. I'll have to ask Nick on that. He throws his arms up in the air as if to say, you can pick me if you like. Well, perhaps not. Douthwaite, Harris, both dropped from the squad today, and it's hard times. In comes Wheel, bowls, and that's a nice looking shot off his legs up towards mid-wicket where North East lets it come to him, and they go through for quite an easy single. 127 for 1. 51 runs needed in a small matter of 23 overs left.
Yeah, all relatively routine at the minute, isn't it, for Lancashire? They've made a great start here. The tempo and the way that Wells and Jennings set about the run chase, it's obviously a relatively modest total to chase after. You can get yourselves into a bit of a pickle doing that, I suppose. It's a low score, but they made such a bright, positive start. They kind of just felt like they were in control of it, really. And
they will know now, Scott, that they can accelerate because they want this run rate in the competition.
That's true. Sisodia bowling to Bohannon.
Get him again.
He ramps him again with the two inside the circle, down towards the boundary, and takes 4 more runs. It's a relatively safe shot with 5 leg and 3rd man inside.
Nick is black along inside me, and I better get off because the game might be over before Nick gets back on.
131 for 1. 47 more runs required for a Lancashire victory. Bohannon moves on to 19 with that latest ramp shot for 4. Sisodia in and balls. Again, it's flat and quick. Forward goes Bohannon to defend, and there's no run. Hello, Nick.
Hello there. Edward was talking about potential changes. Well, most people in the Glamorgan squad who are available have had a go.
Sisodia to Bohannon, just eased around the corner towards short fine leg. Calls Jennings through for 1. Moves to 20. The score moves to 132 for 1.
Possibly Callum Taylor, young batsman come spinner, who's been doing pretty well in the seconds recently.
Jennings back on strike, 59 not out. Sisodia bowls. It's chopped away through the offside for a single. Moves to 60 now, 133 for 1.
Alex Horton, teenage wicketkeeper, probably ought to get a couple of run-outs behind the stumps, in my opinion. Whether or not you retain Chris Cook and or Tom Cullen as batters.
Sisodia balls again to Bohannon, who drives to mid-on. It's a quick single, pick up and throw towards the keeper's end. Bohannon was so sharp through. Throw went to the keeper's end, which is the end that perhaps was the right one. I think Bohannon would have been safe with a direct hit, but they've crossed for a single.
And I suppose Eddie Byram is the only other player in the squad, but he hasn't got many second 11 runs in this format.
Let's turn through mid-on for 1 more run. They've reached a half-century partnership, these two now. 52, I think they've added now. 135 for 1.
Yeah, came together at 83 in the 19th over, and it's all looked very routine for the Red Rose at the moment. Yeah, Byram, an experienced batsman, but hasn't really got the white ball runs to press his case for inclusion in this particular side. Whether you give maybe rookie spinner Teggett Phillips an outing somewhere, I suspect it might be all rather experimental by the time we get to Worcester on Tuesday, as James Wheel will bowl from the leisure centre end to bowl to Jennings, who drives nicely on the leg side, called through for a quick single. It was half fielded, but Bohannon was safely home at the striker's end as the throw came in from Carlson at mid-on. The confusion there between the two batters was that it was slightly parried by Cook at mid-wicket towards Carlson. Maybe there wasn't quite a single there. It was just about safe. 136 for 1. Wheel into bowl to Bohannon, who will pick 4 runs up here, just turning it neatly off his legs to the fine leg boundary. And with that, a group of spectators to our left decide that they've had enough and head for the exit. Bohannon moves on to 25. 140 for 1. 38 runs needed for victory, and we're only in the 30th over of the innings. So Lancashire really strolling home as Bohannon chops one down to third man for a single. 141 for 1. And this game will be ending with something of a whimper rather than a bang from the home spectators' point of view. Any supporters who have made it down from Lancashire will have certainly enjoyed the performance that's been laid on for them. As Wheel steams in to bowl, Jennings drives into the offside, fielded by Gorvin at mid-off. No run. Have you? Scott Reid will be back with us shortly. Ask him if he's spotted any visiting spectators.
I've seen a couple on my little loop around the ground before. I was tucking in some curry and chips, or curry sauce and chips. I saw a couple of Lancashire supporters, a couple of familiar faces.
Wheeler's in to bowl to Jennings on 62 not out. Hits that one hard down into the ground. Wheel gets a fingertip to it, and it's follow through. Rolls to Gorvin at mid-off. Curry sauce and chips, not the actual curry with it.
No, well, no, that wasn't an option. At least I didn't see it was an option.
Yeah.
It was a choice of either gravy and chips or curry sauce and chips. It's a healthy selection.
Well, the one I went to was either burger or sausage and chips. As Wheel is in to bowl, and it's run down by Jennings to third man for a single. Rory Smith does the fielding. 142 for 1. As umpire Baldwin calls for and duly gets the ball. Different ball being used from each end in this competition to keep them somewhere near fresh. There's a little bit of blue sky somewhere in the distance, maybe over the north end of Gower. A little bit of breeze, perfectly pleasant watching conditions, but obviously so much cooler than the scorching temperatures that we had for the last couple of rounds of matches. Ingram and Carlson to bowl, and Jennings stretches forward and defends. Carlson, the only wicket taker of this Lancashire innings, when he trapped Luke Wells' leg before for 50. Jennings drives, tumbling stop by the skipper in his follow through, moving away to his right, and there's no run. So from the Glamorgan point of view, they can mark a good attendance and successful return in that aspect to outground cricket, as Jennings cuts and gets one off the bottom edge. He'll pick up a single, I think about the second, but Sisodia chased it back towards the swimming pool, and they settled for the single. 143 for 1. 35 needed to win and put Glamorgan out of this competition and give Lancashire a very strong chance of qualifying into the knockout stages. Carlson bowls. Bohannon turns the wrists on it and flicks it down towards backward square leg, and they'll go through for a single. 144 for 1. 35 needed for victory. As forward comes well, Jennings, and drives back to Carlson, and there's no run. Hampshire, top of the table, not in action today. Yorkshire defeated heavily by Essex, as Jennings drives on the offside for a single out to Cullen on that cover boundary. When play was halted in Chelmsford, abandoned, must have had a thunderstorm. Yorkshire was 76 for 6 in reply to Essex's 240 all out, so no doubting the efficacy of Duckworth Lewis on that occasion. And Derbyshire earned a point from seeing their game against Kent abandoned, and then lost 2 for Matty McKiernan having too large a bat in a recent match, so they've been docked 2 points in the table.
Oh dear.
And -1 on the day.
It's not a great outcome, is it? There's James Wheel in a bowling to Keaton Jennings. Jennings with a lofted drive. Does he clear mid-off? He does, just about. They'll get 4 runs for it. Up towards the boundary, I would think. Oh no, it's going to stop again. We saw this a little bit earlier on in the day. It stopped maybe a couple of inches away from the boundary rope. So Jennings has to settle for 2 instead.
Had that been James Wheel fielding at mid-off off James Wheel's bowling, he'd probably have caught it.
Yes.
Because he's about 8 inches taller than Gorvin.
Yeah. He was stretching for it, wasn't he? He had his right hand up in the air, both feet off the ground, but just couldn't get a fingertip on it. Jennings takes his total on to 67 now, 147 for 1. Wheel balls, and that's cut out through the offside. Northeast as well. Good low stop, diving forward on the point boundary, saving some runs for his side, potentially 3 actually. Had he not got something on that.
That's good commitment, isn't it, from Northeast? I mean, this game's virtually gone, but he's still flinging himself around on the boundary.
148 for 1. Jennings moves on to 68 not out. 65 run partnership now between Jennings and Bohannon. Bohannon back on strike, 27 unbeaten. Wheel in and bowls. He tries to run it down towards third man, I think, but through to the keeper, and there's no run. Well, Lancashire's top 3 have returned to form in fine style. All 3 were out for naught on Sunday at Hampshire, but all 3 have got runs today. Wells making 50, Jennings unbeaten on 68, and Bohannon currently 27 not out. 148 for 1. 30 needed for Lancashire now. And that's eased out through mid-wicket. And there's no run. There's a slightly quirky scorecard on Sunday at Hampshire, because Lancashire was 7 for 3 but hadn't actually scored a run off the bat.
Oh dear.
It was leg bys and wides that had got Lancashire 7 for the loss of the 3 wickets at the very start of their innings. Bohannon waits, looks to drive, but thin at the bottom edge. Sees the ball ricochet away into the offside for no run.
Yes, the match in which I played. Our top scorer that saw us to victory, Mr. X Traz.
Oh, excellent. Always very reliable, to be fair. Very consistent in performance.
Particularly in the lower leagues.
Wheel into Bohannon. That's, I think, down the leg side. It is. Bohannon tries to flash the bat at it, see if he can get something on it and see it disappear down towards the boundary, but through to Chris Cook, the keeper. Wide signal by the umpire. 149 for 1. 29 more for Lancashire. Wheel strides in again. And bowls. And that's cut out through the offside by Josh Bohannon for 1 run. Keeps the strike, 28 to him. Brings up the 150 for Lancashire. 150 for 1 from 32 overs. and within 28 runs of victory.
It is rather routine, so no surprise that quite a few people around the hospitality tent are rather more intent on their liquid refreshment than the action unfolding in front of them. Action on this ground staging Glamorgan first team cricket for the first time since 1995, as Ingram and Carlson is into Bohannon, who pokes it into a gap in the offside, sets off for a single. Colin Ingram comes flying in. It was rather tentative, that, from Bohannon. Shall we? No. No point in running yourself out when there's a nice little red inker in view and not out in the scorebook. As Carlson bowls, driven by Bohannon. He's beaten the bowler, but I think that's Jennings saying didn't want the run there because he'd impeded Carlson in the follow-through. So pretty sporting, really, if that was the case. Carlson to Bohannon, clips that one out firmly towards the mid-wicket boundary. They'll come back. They won't come back for a second. Good piece of fielding on that far boundary. I think it's still Cullen patrolling out there. As Carlson bowls down the wicket comes Jennings and drives straight up towards long off. Takes the single, 152 for one. We've seen a lot of straightish driving today from both Jennings and Wells before him. Played elegantly at times. Carlson to Bohannon, quicker ball, noodled around the corner by Bohannon, but straight to backward square. No run. Just hope that the crowd that turns up here on Friday see a rather more competitive game, but Glamorgan are facing Hampshire. Flying high at the top, driven by Bohannon, back to Carlson. Gets a hand to it. There's follow through, so the Glamorgan skipper certainly putting everything into it. But he is the only bowler to claim a wicket so far, as Lancashire's batters get a drink and a fresh pair of gloves, I think, for Bohannon. Drink as well. A little bit sticky, but much cooler than previous days, and a breeze blowing across the knoll. 152 for one, just 26 runs needed for victory, and 17 overs available for them to do so.
We've been quite fortunate, haven't we? Because there's been quite a bit of bad weather around. Plenty of games. I think you mentioned a few there, didn't you? Abandoned with either had a ball being bowled or games being won via Duckworth, Lewis Stern because of bad weather. Test match finishing early on day one, so
much to England's relief, probably.
Yes, probably. So yeah, we've been quite lucky. They're coming up from Southampton to South Wales over the last day or so. Forecast was probably for storms, so it seems to have improved as we got nearer and nearer the start of the game. It's driven away by Keaton Jennings to extra cover, and there's no run. So yeah, fortunate for supporters. I know it's not gone the way of the home fans, but at least it's been a dry day. A day where they've seen some cricket being played at Neath for the first time. Is it 27 years?
27 years for the first team.
Here's Gorban in and bowling, and that's cut away by Jennings. North East fields at deep point. Jennings gets a single, moves to 70. The score moves on to 153 for one.
Yeah, it's South Wales Premier League, so decent standard of club cricket played here, and a bit of second 11 cricket now and again.
Govin balls to Bohannon. It's driven, and it's a good stop by Joe Cook. Short extra cover. He's had a good day. He's contributed with some runs. Modest total really, but his 40 from 34 at least helping Glamorgan get something on the board. It's going to prove to be quite some way light, and also bowling quite a decent spell. It's cut by Bohannon. Again, Cook fields, and there's no run. He's bowled 6 overs for 15, Joe Cook. So he's had and he's fielded very nicely as well in that position at either short extra cover or short mid wicket. Of course, Colin Ingram making 54 as well with the bat earlier today. Govin to Bohannon, who drives straight and beats Carlson. Will it go to the boundary? No, again he'll stop it. Ball slows up in front of that towards the leisure centre end of the ground. Hit firmly by Josh Bohannon. That's to settle for 2 instead. 155 for 1. And Bohannon moves to 31 not out.
Wonder whether the outfield will have dried out at all by Friday.
Govin to Bohannon. Take the outfield out the equation. Go up and over the top and go for 6. Over mid-on, over long-on, over the rope, and in amongst the supporters for a 6 for Josh Bohannon. Takes Lancashire to 161 for 1, and within touching distance of a 4th win of the competition, to move to within a point of the leaders, Hampshire, who were here on Friday. Bohannon's 37 not out now. Partnership is worth 78 runs between these two.
And Carlson's going to continue bowling his gentle off breaks, which have just become a little bit more regular this season. Having taken 5 wickets on championship debut 6 years ago and bowled precious little since. Even resorted to some filthy medium pace at one point. Now back with his off spin, but being hit very firmly over mid wicket for a 1 bounce 4 by Keaton Jennings, who moves on to 74 not out, 165 for 1, 13 runs needed for victory here at the Knoll on BBC Sport Online. Edward Bevan will take over at the end of this over to see you through to the conclusion with Scott Reed, but that conclusion is hurrying towards us as Jennings drives again beautifully up to long off, all along the grounds towards the ice cream van, single taken, Joe Cook doing the fielding. Some might think I'm fixated with the ice cream van.
I think you are.
I haven't had a chance to get there today. Carlson bowls, Bohannon plays defensively on the offside, Ingram chases it, and Smith fields it in the end, 166 for 1. Next delivery from Carlson sees Bohannon cutting firmly. That'll beat the fielder Sam Northeast in front of us, who heard the thud of the ball against the wall next to our advertising hoarding, and nothing Northeast could do about that one. 170 for 1, and just 8 runs needed for victory, which will probably come in the next over for Scott to describe. Another attempted cut by Bohannon, this time beating the bat, and that's been a bit of a rarity today in the Lancashire innings. Chris Cook, of course, standing up to a gentle spin. Next delivery from Carlson sees Bohannon turning it into a gap on the leg side and calling straight away for a single. James Wheel does the fielding. 171 for 1 at the end of the Carlson over, the 35th of the innings. 7 needed to win, and Scott and Edward Bevan will take us home.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, this partnership is taking Lancashire home as well. 88 runs. These two have put on for 99 deliveries faced. Bohannon 42, and Keaton Jennings, the captain's on 75 not out. Will be Gorvin to send down what could be the final over of the match, with Lancashire needing 7 to win. He's seen a couple of, well, it's in one shot hit for 6 over mid-on, so he drops the man back towards long on, and fine leg comes inside the circle as well. Gorvin in and bowls, and Bohannon drives along the ground through mid-on for a single. Moves to 43 not out, 172 for 1, and Lancashire within 6 runs of victory. Heads back alongside me, and I suppose from Lancashire's point of view, a very impressive and professional performance.
Very much so.
To win this match is flicked away to backward square leg by Jennings, and he moves to 76 not out, and the score moves on to 173 for 1, and it's 5 to win now.
Yes, from the moment that Glamorgan started their innings, they've been thoroughly outplayed. They failed to get a start. They did recover somewhat, but nowhere near the runs that they needed on what is now a very good batting pitch.
Gorvin to Bohannon, just leans into it and pushes the ball away to the offside for no run.
Where Glamorgan have been without their leading bowlers, such as Michael Hogan, Michael Neath, who's gone back to Australia, Tim van der Gooten is with 100. Lancashire's openers put in a wonderful stand. Openers we all thought perhaps might have been in the 100.
This is sliced away by Bohannon. Good looking shot out towards the deep point boundary.
So what I'm trying to say is that Glamorgan's batting, or the bowling if you like, hasn't stood up to the strength of the Lancashire, which is their championship front order, I would have thought. Bohannon and these two, and whereas you'd want your strong bowling attack there, it just wasn't.
It's down the leg side.
Great take.
It was a terrific catch from Chris Cook, who's standing up to Gorvin. It was a good catch from the Glamorgan keeper. 175 for 1. Lancashire need 3.
Yes, thoroughly outplayed in all departments, and you can have no qualms about that.
Gorvin to Jennings, he'll take 1, just pushed out towards mid-wicket. Takes the total to 176 for 1. So within 2 of victory. Jennings to 77 not out. That brings Josh Bohannon back on stride. This is the final ball of the 36 over. 2 more needed for Lancashire to win. And that's muscled away towards mid-wicket for the winning runs. The ball ricocheted up in front of the glass in front of our commentary position. Bohannon hitting the winning runs, and he'll finish unbeaten on 48 in a partnership that's worth 97.
Congratulations
to get Lancashire back over the line, with the captain Keaton Jennings on 77 not out. Lancashire reached their victory target with 9 wickets in hand and bags of time as well.
How many overs to spare? That's interesting as well.
With
we hope you've enjoyed your day here at Neath. We look forward to seeing you again on Friday.
They bowled 30. They had 36 overs to knock off the runs.
As I just nip off to do my Welsh language report, I'll put this on to Nick.
No problem. Yeah, it was victory coming at the completion of the 36th over. So
thanks very much indeed for your company, and we'll be back with further commentaries on Friday. Lancashire against Northants and Glamorgan against Hampshire. North Star.